Day 37. I'm getting it all ready to go. I think today might just be the day. I think closing arguments are potentially happening, which would be amazing. You'll have to let me know what you think. I'm very hopeful. I thought yesterday, even so we hadn't been watching it for a week, I thought yesterday was kind of hard to sit through. Especially by the end of the trial. It just felt like a really long day. And I'm like, okay, this needs to end. Hopefully today. All right. Got it already. It is raining here. Still have power though, so hopefully that will be okay. Good morning, Kathy. Yeah, it's raining there too. My husband actually has to drive out to Chicago right now for work. Yeah, I couldn't believe it this morning. I think the storm started at like 4 in the morning. And I mean, just thunder and lightning all morning. And there was no like 2 hour delay or anything for the kids. And, I remember being in high school and everything. And we still had to go out in the rain. But this has never happened for when my children have been going to school. And it's like those poor kids are out there waiting for the bus in the thunderstorm. I was very surprised. Plug this in. What do you think about today? Do you think that they're gonna wrap it up? I think the prosecutor's closing argument is probably going to be just as long as her opening statement, which was a day and a half. I hope so. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll be kind of surprised if they had Chris come back in and they don't have Robert come back in. I don't think that it's needed that he come back in, but I could see them doing that. I 100% agree. There was just so much of him saying that he would lie to protect her. There was no point in them using him. I think there's a chance that it's going to be Baker. Or I could see them calling him. Just because he was such a bad witness for the defense. I also think that Luigi had been saying they might. At this point, I don't think they will, but I thought for a while he would be. And then a lot of people were wanting Monica to take the stand, but there's no way. I don't think she will. Today, later, like evening, I'm going to be putting up a video of the Kimberly Sullivan trial that's pending. Yesterday, I was like collecting all this information for it, all these pictures for it. It is going to be a crazy case. The pictures are awful. That's a lot of what I was collecting, and it's just unbelievable. And then I'm also getting together. There was a doctor who tried to kill his wife in Hawaii. I'm slowly working on that. I really hope that they don't start late today and then have a million breaks. So my dad lives about an hour west of me, and they're in the process of building a barn dominion. If you haven't heard of it, it's a barn, but it's converted to be a house. And his whole property, the back of it, is kind of like a, I'm not sure what you would call it. It's not swamplands, but it might as well be. It's all close to Lake Michigan, so it gets kind of swampy. Uh, but with all the rain they have, he just sent me pictures. It's just either mud or muddy water everywhere. I don't even know how they're getting up to the house because it's so bad. I was gonna take my girls to go up there this weekend, but evidently not, because that would be horrible. Oh, and I'm not going to get into it all, but I really did appreciate your email. I plan on looking around myself and just seeing what I can read. Good morning, Salty. They're late per usual.
You mentioned, and I showed you a picture that you had taken of Robert Baker talking to Monica Sementilli outside at the wake. You recall that?
Yes.
And in talking about, or in testifying to the jury about your observations that day, you were explaining what you saw in terms of Robert Baker, you said leaning into Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
Okay.
That's their audio that's kicked off.
Ear.
Did you ever see Monica reacting or speaking to Robert Baker as he was doing this?
Not at all. I was fixated on her face, and not at all.
Why did you think that interaction was strange?
Well, I didn't know who he was, and it was out of place. Why was he there? He was just a racquetball friend. You know, I don't know if Fab had a relationship with him. I don't think he did. And it was just strange that he kept just fixated on her and leaning into her, and that's when they sort of turned around and backtracked.
Did you ever tell the grand jury in this case that you thought his behavior was shady or controlling?
Yes, I did.
And was that what you believed at the time?
Yeah, it was very, when he's leaning, I felt like he was controlling the situation. He was controlling where she was walking.
And after this time that you saw this, you decided to take a picture of him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell us what you did.
After Morella was talking to them, I walked outside, out of the kitchen, outside to the backyard where everybody was. And I was trying to find my husband because I was a little shaken up. But then they came out and had sat down, and I had decided that I was going to take a picture of him because I couldn't deal with that at that moment. Like, I was trying to process what had just happened and who he was. So I thought if I took a picture, I can revisit it later.
And at some point, am I correct, you took a second picture of Mr. Baker?
Yeah, I took them right at the same time, 1 and 2.
Okay. And what did you do with those pictures, if anything?
I called Parshell a few days later.
That's the detective that was originally assigned to the case?
Correct. And I sent them to him. I think I sent them to him twice because he asked me to send them again at one point.
Did you send them to anybody else?
No.
Okay. And am I right that, did the detectives ever refer to you as Nancy Drew?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Why was that?
Because I was fixated on trying to figure out what happened to Fab. And I would call Detective Parshell often if things I thought about or had come to me later. Because it was really important for me to have them figure out what happened to Fab.
And did you start calling the detective regularly after Fabio was murdered?
Yes, I did.
And did you share with various members of the family your concerns about Robert Baker?
I don't think I did.
When you began communicating with the detectives, did you at some point continue to believe that Monica and Baker were involved somehow?
Yes.
Okay. Did you interact with Monica after Fabio's death?
Yes.
Was that regularly?
Yes, maybe not as regular because her sister and mom were there a lot, so I sort of stayed back.
Okay. Tell us, I think you previously told the prosecutors and police about concerns you had about Monica's lies about having the affair. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that. What were the lies that you were concerned about?
Well, that she was going out at night, late at night.
Okay. When was that?
After she came back from Toronto, after they left Fab there.
And did you talk to her about that?
No.
Why not?
Because I felt like she was in a weird space, and I felt like she was very, she was just not the same. And so I didn't want to say anything that would upset her more, since she just lost Fab.
When you said she was in a weird space and not the same, did you... Oh, well, let me just ask you, why do you say that?
Because
what was it about what her
she
behavior?
wasn't talking a lot. I remember like the first week, I remember them trying to get her to take a shower. Like she was just not normal, not functioning properly.
Did you ask her about the trip she was taking to Las Vegas and later to Myrtle Beach?
Yeah, she said that she was going with Sheila and her husband. I don't remember his name.
Did you believe that was true?
I believe that Sheila was probably going, but I also believe that Robert Baker was probably going too.
And did you ever ask her about that?
No.
Did you ever communicate with the detectives that you believed that Monica might have been having an affair with Baker, but that you strongly believed that she was not involved in any way in Fabio's killing?
Correct.
And you told that to the original detective?
Detective Parshall.
Did you later tell that to the district attorney and the other detectives that followed Detective Parshall?
I don't remember. I think it was Tellis and Gable or something like that. I don't remember having lots of conversations with them.
Your Honor, if I may mark as defense next in order, I believe 637.
It would be. What is it, please?
It is a photograph taken by Ms. Obad of Robert Baker's expedition.
Very well.
Ms. Obad, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I took it.
And when did you take this photo?
I took it, if you see in front of it, it's a painter's truck. She had painters there, and I went by and just was curious what was going on, and I just took that picture. I had no idea that was Robert Baker's car.
Okay. So when you took it, did you see an individual sitting in the front seat?
No.
Did you share with the detective that picture close in time to when you took it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what did you tell the detective about what you had observed, if anything?
I said, find out who that car belongs to.
Do you remember when this was?
I do not. I know she had painters there maybe a month or so after, so sometime around there.
When we began speaking yesterday, at the beginning of your testimony, you relayed to the jury what you described, I think, or characterized as an unusual or an event that occurred around your testimony to the grand jury. involving the prosecutor, the DA. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you started talking about a telephone call that lasted 1 or 2 hours that you received from the DA the weekend before your grand jury testimony.
Correct.
And also a meeting that you had with the district attorney prior to your grand jury testimony on that day.
Yes.
Your Honor, wait a second.
I'm trying to go back and see if I can find her Facebook posts. His sister has been very outspoken on social media about this entire case, which has been nice. She probably annoyed the police a lot if she was texting them every day.
So, Ms. Obad, I was asking you about the time of your grand jury testimony in this case. And am I correct that, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever testify to the grand jury about the night of the murder and whether Monica Sementilli had ever asked you to contact Wella for any reason?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that at the grand jury you told them that Monica, the night of the murder, had asked you to contact Wella?
That's what I said.
Okay. You told us in your testimony here that Monica never asked you to contact Wella for any life insurance or claim or anything related to what she was getting. Can you tell us why that was different in the grand jury?
The grand jury day was very upsetting, or I was very shaken that day as I went to Mrs. Silverman's office.
Any objection about who just decided on this?
Again, my ruling still stands.
Yes, let me.
I'll let you lead her through this. You may lead her through this.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to ask you very specific questions. When you testified that Monica had asked you, what exactly had Monica said to you that evening that in any way caused you to testify that she had asked you to do that?
Monica did not say much that 24 hours, or actually a few days. It was not complete sentences. She was very upset. She kept saying about university, and like I said, I remember that word because it's not a word I use. She kept talking about university. She kept talking, what is she going to do? Because Jessica had just started college, and Bella was going to go to college, and Luigi was in college. And then she kept saying about their health insurance, what do I do, what do I do? And I am a person who always goes to the next level. And I took that upon me, and I didn't call, I think I text. That's when I text Sal that night. Because I felt like I couldn't help her. I didn't know how to console her. I didn't know what to say to the girls or her. That I felt like if I got...
It would be.
Move to strike the last part.
The last part's good.
Did you ever subsequently make clear to the prosecution, to the detectives, that Monica had spoken about university and concerns about the kids?
I don't remember.
And is it the truth that Monica Sementilli, on the night her husband was murdered, never asked you to contact Wella and ask them about life insurance or anything that she might be getting from the company?
True.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Daigle.
Good morning, Ms. Obel.
Good morning.
So as far as, first of all, you're being called here by the defense to testify, correct? The prosecution didn't call you as a witness.
Correct.
I know that in the beginning yesterday, Ms. Burke stated that you were under subpoena or something of that nature. You're not under subpoena by prosecution.
Misstates the evidence.
It's overruled.
I was subpoenaed before from the prosecution, but not today.
In fact, you haven't talked to the prosecution since March 23rd of 2021.
I'm not sure on that date, but it was a long conversation, a phone conversation. That was the last time.
About 4 years ago.
I assume so.
Okay. Now, since that last conversation with the prosecution, March 23rd of 2021, then you had 5 interviews with the defense, correct?
Correct.
And 3 of those were at your house?
Correct.
And was that with Mr. Levine and Ms. Burke?
Miss Burke was only once. Mr. Levine was twice.
Well, there was 3 of them, so were
Miss-
they together ever?
No.
Okay, got it. As far as your relationship with the Sementillis, you testified that you were very close with them, good friends with them, and that includes both Monica and Fabio?
Correct.
Okay. And you described Fabio as a great guy. You still agree with that statement?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, you spent holidays and vacations and such with the family. Would you consider yourself the defendant's best friend?
No, a good friend.
Okay. You also testified that what you observed, and again, it's your observation, that they had a good marriage. They were loving, hugging, kissing, laughing, things of that nature, right?
True.
And then what you observed during the holidays, the December period, you were with them a lot during the holidays in December, that nature. New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve, that kind of thing.
True.
Did you ever hear, like, between their relationship, were they affectionate with each other?
Very much so.
Did you ever hear any, like, pet names, anything of that sort?
Yeah, Fab had one for Monica, but I cannot remember. I can't remember what it was. I mean, he called her Mo. He called her Mo all the time. I felt like there was something else, but I don't recall at this moment.
Was it Pootsie?
Pootsie, yes, it was Pootsie.
Okay. So that was a pet name that he called her. Did he call her that in front of you?
Yes.
Right. Your number 3-page Celebrate report, extraction report showing text messages between Fabio Sementilli and the defendant. I may mark that as, I don't know what the next order is, I'm sorry.
285.
285.
Yes.
All right. So if I show you right here then, this is December 16th. December 16th, 2016 at 10:58 a.m. Fabio 11, miss you, Pootsie, sorry you didn't sleep well. That would be his pet name for her?
Yes.
Okay, and that's, did you know him to be out of town during that time frame?
I don't know his schedule, but I know it was random. He was out of town at times.
Okay, so sorry you didn't sleep well. Do you know what she was doing the night before?
I have no idea.
Did you know that she was out with Rob Baker until late hours of the night?
I have no idea.
Your Honor, may I approach with the photograph?
I'm sorry?
May I approach with the photograph?
May I approach?
May we approach?
Yes.
again, up on the screen on People's 285, 12/16/2016, Fabio's asking her, "Love and miss you, Pussy. Sorry you didn't sleep well." The night before, did you know that there is a photograph in Mr. Baker's Dropbox taken the night before at 9:12 p.m. of the defendant giving him oral sex?
No.
Going back to 12/13, when Fabio appears to be out of town, he's writing to the defendant. Again, it's a little blurry. "Good night, my love." Is that how you knew Fabio to talk to the defendant?
Yes.
And as we go down, then, "Good night, my love." That night, then, 12:15. I'm sorry. "Good night, my love." That's 12:13. By midnight that night, did you know that the defendant, and this has been entered into evidence, 2:17, after Fabio tells her "Good night, my love," she went and met Rob Baker at his apartment complex and took those photos?
Okay.
Did you know that?
No.
And then finally, while Fabio's out of town again, on 12/16, Monica writes to Fabio, "Going to bed. Love you. 40 pounds. Not sure what that's in reference to. She writes that to Fabio. That's at 9:26. At 9:37, she texts her girls, or her girl Bella, and says, "On my way out the door. On my way out, door is open. Jess is home. Lock door when you get home." So she texted him she was going to bed, and then did you know that she headed out to Rob Baker's house that night?
No.
And did you know that when she got to his house that night, in Rob Baker's Dropbox photos that night at 10:25, shortly after she told Fabio she was going to bed, there's photographs of her dressed up showing her rear end naked in a French maid outfit? Did you know that?
No.
So is it true there are things that you didn't know that the defendant was doing during this time frame before Fabio was killed?
Correct.
You knew the family really well, so would that include her sister Anna?
Yes.
And would that include her mother?
Yes.
What's her mother's name?
I call her Nona. That's
Okay.
just grandma in Italian, but it's Philomena.
And then the girls, you're close with the girls?
Yes.
So you referred to them then in a July 2017 interview with the defense investigator and the defense attorneys as, you referred to yourself as their second mother. Is that how you feel?
Yes, at times.
Okay, so that's a fair statement. That was after the defendant was arrested.
Yeah, I care about those girls. Yes.
Do you consider yourself their second mother?
A good friend. Maybe, I don't know if I use that word. I don't remember using the word.
okay.
Maybe I did. I don't remember it. But
Would you let me refresh
no,
her?
I feel very close to them. So maybe I did say that.
So coming back, okay. So the girls lived with you then after the defendant was arrested for a short period of time.
No, they did not. They never lived with me.
Did you tell the defense investigators, as well as the investigators in your February 24th interview, that they lived with you for a few days after?
They stayed with me a couple days, yes.
Okay. And then at some point you and your husband rented a house to the girls?
Correct.
Okay, when was that?
They moved out in September of last year, and I think they were there 3 years.
September of last year?
They moved out from that house.
Oh, they've been in your house for how long?
So 3 years back from that.
Okay, was there a period of time when they stayed with you, lived somewhere else, then moved into your rental?
Yes, they moved out of that Sementilli house to an apartment, and then from the apartment they moved to our rental house.
Okay. Now, during the course of this case, though, have you ever visited the defendant at any point? Did you ever visit her in custody?
No.
Did you ever talk to her on the phone?
I think once.
And is that when she called the house when the girls were staying
Yes.
with you for a few days?
Yes.
So that's the only time that you communicated with her in the past 8 years?
Yeah, I think she called one other time, but her family was at my house that day. So I think I answered the phone and I handed it to Philomena or Anna or somebody else, or the girls. I don't remember. I didn't really speak to her.
Is there any reason why over the course of 8 years you haven't visited or spoken with the defendant?
Yes, I can't do it. It's too painful. It reminds me of Fab, and I can't do it.
Is it, okay. The home security system, are you aware that they had a home security system in their home prior to the murder?
Yes.
And are you also aware they upgraded the system shortly before, well, not shortly, 6 months or so before?
Yes, because the cameras in the kitchen, it was a different monitor.
A new monitor?
A new monitor.
After the murder, did you talk to the defendant about the fact that the DVR was missing?
I'm sorry, after the murder?
Yes.
I think that morning that we went back to the house, I think the detectives, as we were walking through the house, I think they pointed it out because the monitor wasn't on anymore.
And what I'm getting at is you were aware that whoever had entered the house and murdered Fabio most likely had stolen the DVR system and it was missing. You knew that.
Correct.
And you knew that the police were trying to get information about that DVR system, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that Monica was the person who actually had it installed and was there and met with them, correct?
Objection.
I-
It's overruled. It's overruled.
I don't know who set that up.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about it?
I think I did vaguely.
Well, weren't you concerned? You said you were trying everything to find out who did this and help
Right.
the police. Wouldn't that be a key piece of evidence that you wanted to help get some information on?
Yes, but it was missing.
Right. So you knew that the police were looking for anything related to that system, whether it be the name of the company, paperwork, anything of that nature.
Yes.
And did you encourage the defendant to look for paperwork or look for information to provide to the police on that?
Yes.
Do you know if she ever provided anything?
I do not know.
And in fact, you knew that there was a folder, you told the police there was a folder, correct, with a lot of the DVR information in it that you were looking for.
Yes, when they moved into that house, the previous owners had a folder and they had all this information about the house. So I thought maybe it was in there. I wasn't thinking that it was a new DVR at that moment.
Did you ever find that folder?
No.
Is that the folder you looked for with her sister Anna?
I think so.
And did you tell Monica or the defendant at some point that she really needed to replace it for security purposes?
I did.
And to your knowledge, did she ever replace that
I
security
don't
system?
recall that she did.
You actually made efforts for security of the house, correct? You and your husband came in and changed the locks while she was in Toronto.
No, the locks were changed. I think she was still home when the locks were changed.
Was that at your doing?
It was just a conversation we had had, and my husband said that he would take care of that for her.
Okay. Now, you testified that the defendant started going to LA Fitness. Was it about, how long before the murder do you think?
I mean, I'm not sure, but I think that year, 2016, is when she started at some point. It could have been earlier or a little later. I just remember that year that she was very into the gym.
Did you know, and you testified that you met some of those people from the gym, but they weren't, you didn't really know them, you just had met them, is that correct?
I only had seen Faye. She was from the gym. I saw her at New Year's. I left New Year's very early, and she was walking in as I was leaving.
Did you tell the police then, about Faye? You told the police about Faye in your February 2014 interview, correct?
Yes.
And you told the police that you did not like her.
Yeah, she just had a weird vibe when she walked in. It was just...
Well, did you tell the police that there's this Faye woman, she came with her husband, I think she was a Persian lady. I really did not like her because she walked up to me and my husband and goes, "Oh, who are you?" And I say, "Fuck you, we're family and we've been with them, who are you?"
I didn't say fuck you to her, but
Okay,
I probably said, like, who are you? Why are you saying that to me? Because you're the first time I've ever seen her in this house.
Okay, I guess my question is, did you tell the police that?
I don't recall. I might have made a joke saying, I felt like saying, fuck you, who are you? But I didn't say that to her.
Would you like to see a transcript?
No, no, I remember.
You remember saying that, fuck you?
Yeah, but I know it was more in a jest, like fuck you, who are you? Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to be malicious. You're just that's what you told the police.
Correct.
Okay. And in your February 21 phone call to the police, you called her a dumb Persian bitch Faye.
When was this?
February 21, in a phone call to Detective Parshall, you referred to Faye as a dumb Persian bitch.
Yeah.
We would object based on relevance.
No rule.
Yeah, she came to the house a few times after and was sort of bossy and like trying to take charge of something when she didn't know any of us.
Okay. And then you also referred to her, you assumed it was her husband, as a short Persian dude.
Yes, it was just a man she was with, I don't know.
Okay. But that's the terms that you used to refer to Faye. So it's fair to say you didn't like Faye.
I didn't, no, I don't think I did.
Okay. You met her at the New Year's Eve party then. Who else was there?
There was a lot of people. Ernie was there. Fab's friend Ernie was there. Anna and Grant was there, and her children.
Is Grant Anna's husband?
Yes. And there were just a bunch of different people there.
Do you know Elise Blue?
I do, yes, I do know who she is.
Was she at the New Year's Eve party?
I don't recall.
She was another friend. When did you first meet her, if you recall?
I felt like I met her the first time the night of the murder.
And is that when you called, you told Detective Parshall that she had a big fucking mouth?
Yes.
Okay. And she came with a man named Barry.
Yes.
And you told Detective Parshall in your February 14th interview that he was creepy.
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't like Elise and Barry either?
Well, I didn't mind Elise, and I didn't mind Barry. Elise was just the only person out of everybody that walked in and out of the house after the murder. She was the only one that walked out and talked to the news reporters. And I thought that was not cool of her to do that.
All right. In your February 21 call, you also said Elise was a wacky girl who's probably 45, 50 and dresses like she's 22.
Yep.
Again, we object as to relevance.
No rule.
And again, in another interview, you referred to her again as a big mouth.
Yes.
Okay. And then her boyfriend, Barry, who you called creepy, you called creepy again in a February 21 call to Detective Parshall, and a boring, short Jew with gray hair.
Yep.
Those are the terms you used for them.
If it says, I probably said that.
Now, Barry, you also, at one point, pointed the detectives at as you thinking that he might be involved in the murder. Is that right?
Yes.
Why did you think that?
Because the picture that I saw of the two guys coming up, they looked short, and Barry is short.
So because they looked short,
Yeah,
you thought it was Barry.
Yeah, and I remember saying to Parshall that I don't necessarily think he did it, but just look into him because he does have a short stature.
Okay. Now, at the gym, there's also Matt. You referred to Matt. You had met Matt, or you just knew about Matt?
I just knew about Matt.
Did you know that the defendant had propositioned him to have an affair with her?
I think Beth Silverman told me that.
Did you know that independently of ever talking to the district attorney?
No, I did not.
Did you know that the defendant told Matt Nurse that she was unhappy in her marriage?
I did not know that.
Rob Baker, you first met him then when?
At the wake, well, I didn't meet him. I saw him January 29th, I think it was, that Sunday, at the house.
At the memorial in the backyard?
Correct.
And you referred to him as the douchebag.
Correct.
So you told the detectives then that these gym friends, you did not like her gym friends.
Well, I wasn't really sure of who they were.
Okay.
I didn't meet them. It was sort of, they were in the background.
When you spoke to Detective Parshall, you called him approximately, you had an interview at her house one time, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you also had phone calls. You initiated phone calls to him 5, 6, 7 times based on, as you testified, information you're trying to get the case solved.
Correct.
And when you did, you referred to them routinely as gym rat people.
Yep.
That's how you felt?
Yep.
They were gym rats.
Because I didn't know who they were.
Okay. But you didn't say gym people like you did on your direct testimony yesterday. You called them gym rats.
Well, I called them both, gym people and gym rats.
Okay. You started suspecting that the defendant was having an affair. Yesterday, I believe you said, well, you tell us, when did you first start suspecting?
It was in the summer of 2016.
And that was because her behavior changed because the defendant was going to the gym?
She was going to the gym a lot. She was dressing up. She just had a different vibe.
And you confronted her then around June 2016.
Honestly, I know it was the summer for a fact.
Okay.
Because we were going to go swimming, and I feel like it was towards the end of the summer. So maybe I said it was June, but it could have been July, August. It was towards the end of the summer.
That year in 2017, if you testified at the grand jury that it was June 2016 when you confronted her, would that be accurate?
It was June, July. I probably didn't. I said the summer. Maybe I just said June. I thought of June as the summer, but it was towards the end of the summer. I do remember that.
And she responded, so you know, are you crazy? I wouldn't want to have that mess. So she denied it.
Yes.
She lied to you.
Yes.
But did you know she was lying?
I had a feeling.
Okay. But you never asked her again about it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you testified about finding out that Rob Baker had slept over at her house around that same time frame. Is that correct?
Yes, but I'm not sure when he did sleep over.
All right.
That I'm not sure about.
Your testimony was that Jessica, her daughter, told a mutual friend, and that friend told you.
Yes.
And when you called the detectives or interviewed with them on February 14th, you told them about this conversation.
Yes.
And you referred to Jessica as a blabbermouth.
Yes.
In fact, then you went on to say she's a very big blabbermouth.
Yes.
Is that how you feel?
Yeah, at the time, yes.
And you told the detectives that when you found out about this, that Rob Baker had slept over that night, that you had known about it for months.
You said this is February?
Your February 14th
So I known about
interview?
Yeah, yes,
So you had known that this had happened months prior, you just don't know when he slept over.
correct.
Did you tell anyone what you knew about Rob Baker sleeping over at the house?
I think I told Parshall, Detective Parshall.
In your February 14th interview, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell her sister, Anna?
No, I did not.
And at that point, you knew who Rob Baker was.
Well, I knew who Rob Baker was because I had heard his name, so I knew he was a racquetball coach. And then when I saw him at the memorial, then it all clicked who he was.
And you told the detectives that you thought it was the douchebag Rob.
Yes.
All right. So, again, did you I forget what you just said. Did you say you told Anna or you didn't?
I did not.
Okay, in your February 14th interview to Detective Parshall, you said, I spilled the beans and told Anna. Does that ring a bell?
No, I don't. I might have said to Anna, I think your sister's having an affair, but I don't think I ever said Rob spent the night.
Okay. So when you said I spilled the beans and told Anna, it wasn't in regard to sleeping over, it was just the affair. So you told Anna, regardless of what
Well, I
the
said,
topic.
I tell her, I said, I think that Monica's having an affair, or she has a boyfriend or something to that matter.
Okay. So if it's in direct line with Rob sleeping over, in the transcript in your interview on February 14th about finding out Rob had slept over, and then you said, I said something to Anna. I finally spilled the beans. I told Anna, and she goes, Rob doesn't drink. And I'm like, what? because they were drinking, and I think she had, and then you went on to talk about something else.
Oh.
So you were talking about
Oh,
Rob.
I guess I was. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, because Anna said he didn't drink, and when I heard the story about him sleeping over, that they were drinking and he threw up and he stayed over.
So Anna knew about Rob being in her bed months before as well.
I don't know if I was specific and said he was in her bed. I think I probably said I think Rob was over and he threw up. I don't think I gave her that much information. But yes, I did say something.
And again, you knew that Fabio was out of town.
Well, I assumed he was out of town that time.
All right. Now, at that point, Anna told you that she knew who Rob was because she had played racquetball with him.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys were talking about the same person.
Yes.
You never confronted Monica about this, that Rob Baker had been in her bed at her house and her daughter had found him?
No, I never did.
Is there any reason why?
I didn't want to break the trust that I found out from Jessica telling somebody, and I didn't want to say anything to Monica.
But this is one of your closest friends, and you have now found out that your thoughts of her having an affair have been most likely validated, and you didn't bring it up?
No, because she already said she wasn't having the affair, so I didn't want to ask her again. She'd probably give me the same answer.
Now, did you ever tell Fabio about this?
Not about the spending the night thing.
What did you tell Fabio?
I said to Fabio, you need to watch her gym friends. And he said, Big Fabio, Deb, you think so? And I said, I do think so.
Yesterday, prior to that testimony, you made a statement about, I told Fabio about it. So you never told Fabio anything about your suspicions about her having an affair with Rob Baker?
No.
You gave Fabio a general warning, watch those racquetball friends?
Yes.
Okay. Now, knowing what's going on in this marriage that you had perceived to be a good marriage, did you discuss this with your husband?
I think I did.
And your husband was really good friends with Fabio?
Yes.
But at no point, knowing what you know, did you ever talk to your good friend Monica or warn Fabio?
Well, we had no proof that she was having the affair. Just because I have a gut feeling, I had no proof.
This is after you found out Rob Baker had spent the night.
Right, and that was told to me as other people were there. It was a gym friend hanging out in the backyard kind of thing. So I took it as there was other people there. So I didn't say anything to Fab because I couldn't say anything until I really, really knew.
The day of the murder, then, you testified here that you had Jessica come babysit your son, correct?
Yes.
And I believe on direct exam, you testified that you believe it was a last-minute thing that Monday.
I just don't remember.
Well, back in September of 2017, when you interviewed with the defense attorney, you said that you asked her to babysit on the previous Friday night.
Objection. May we approach?
All right.
That is a lot. She just seemingly doesn't like anybody. It's crazy. So I did find her Morella's Facebook page, and it's interesting because she said that if she and one other family member, if their family wasn't there, the entire courtroom would be empty and only have some of Monica's family, and that's it. So they go every single day, which is obviously expensive. They don't live in the US, they're from Canada. So they have a whole bunch of GoFundMe type things set up. Oh yeah. I would imagine that the jury feels exactly how we just felt. Very bad.
Okay, again, September 7th, 2017 then, you told the defense investigators in your interview that Jessica had babysat for you on that Friday before the murder. The murder was Monday. And at that time, you asked her to babysit Monday.
I don't remember.
Would you like to see the report?
No, I mean, I believe that it's in there, but I don't remember if I told her that Friday or that Monday. And the reason being because past, it would be sort of a last minute thing, because if my kid was upset or sick or something, then I wouldn't have Jessica come over just to run an errand.
I understand that. And you're testifying 8 years later, but this was September 7th of 2017. You believe your memory's a little fresher back then.
I may have told her that day, and I may have told her that Monday.
Okay.
I
guess my question is, you told the defense investigators that on that Friday you asked her to babysit Monday.
That may be true or that may not be true.
Okay, well, I'll let you look at your report since you don't seem to...
Objection, she's not asking to be refreshed.
Yeah, I'm not asking to be refreshed. I understand what that says because I've read that.
Objection, non-responsive.
I'm not allowed the report to show.
Number 11?
It says that I believe that during that time I asked Jessica.
Okay.
So that could be true, it could not be true. I don't remember exactly.
Then, in your interview with Parshall, you said that Jessica got there around 3:50 and you ran errands. And then you got a call from Bella. Were you out running errands at that point?
I was actually driving home when she called me.
You got a call from Bella while you were out and you went directly to the house?
Yes.
So you didn't stop at home first?
No.
And that call from Bella was 5:03, 5:04, and she said to get over here.
Yes.
What you testified to. Now, when you got there then, you entered immediately, went into the house to the open garage door, is that correct?
Correct.
And Monica and Bella were at the dining room table.
Yes.
And when you testified at the grand jury, you said that Monica was yelling, "They killed him."
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
They killed him.
She said a couple different things. She said they killed him, somebody killed him, they took the car, she used both of those words.
Okay, so in the grand jury in 2017, you only said they killed him, right?
I don't know.
You need to look at the grand
Sure.
jury? Okay.
That'd be great.
So it's grand jury, page 272. I'm sorry, it's 274, line 23 through 27.
Yes, it says here, somebody killed him.
Okay. So you said she was screaming, crying, they killed him. The question was they. The answer was yes. Your answer. Yes, they killed him. And then I think she said somebody killed him, and then she was yelling, his car is gone.
Yes, but you missed that sentence where it said
I just read it.
Somebody.
I just read that.
Okay.
Okay. So, and then again, in your interview with the defense attorneys, on July 7th, 2015, you told them that she told you they took his car.
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Regarding the life insurance conversation, in your February 14th interview with Detective Parshall, you told him that Monica told you, call his son, tell his son, don't worry, I'm going to give him his watch. Does that sound right?
Yes. Something about the watch, yes.
And this is hours after Fabio's brutally murdered in the backyard.
I don't remember when she said that about the watch.
Okay, well, you said Monica told him to call him and tell him this.
Yes, but I don't know if it was that night or that was a different day.
And then you told the detectives this is the night of the murder that the detectives are asking about, February 14th interview. She said, tell him, don't worry, there's a lot of insurance policies.
She did not say that.
All right. So did you tell the detectives that then in your February 14th interview?
I guess I said that, but that's not what she said. She said Fab took care of him. Tell Luigi he can go to university. Fab took care of you. I'm the one who knew about the life insurance for Luigi.
All right. The question is, did you tell the police that statement?
If you're reading it correctly, then I must have said something like that.
Okay. So you told the police that Monica told you to tell Luigi, don't worry, there's a lot of insurance policies. That's what you told the police in your February 14th interview.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
I shouldn't have said that because that wasn't true.
Okay. You did not call Luigi, though. Jessica called and then handed you the phone. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
And your testimony is that you did not have any conversation with Luigi about you have insurance coming and you need to give some of your money to Monica and the girls.
Never.
You never had that conversation with him.
Never.
Did Monica then ask you to call Wella the night of the murder?
No.
But in your grand jury testimony, you testified the opposite. You actually testified at your grand jury that Monica did tell you to call Wella the night of the murder. You said yes. Right?
That's what I said on the grand jury.
But so that you were under oath then, and that's what you testified to, but now you're changing your story?
I'm not changing my story. That night was a very big blur, and Monica was not saying much at all. She was just talking about the girls and Luigi and what is she going to do, and I took the initiative to call. She didn't tell me to go call them, and I didn't even call Sal. I think I had just texted Sal. I don't remember calling Sal that night. I think I texted him.
In the grand jury testimony, did you testify that Monica told you to call about the insurance?
Yes.
Also regarding Henry Meyer, did you have conversations with him about life insurance?
I did not.
At the grand jury, did you testify that you had at least 2 conversations with Henry Meyer about life insurance?
I had conversations with him, but not about life insurance. I had met him for the first time the night of the murder, and I think I saw him at the that 29th at the house. I know that Sal had said, talk to Henry, and I gave that information to Anna.
Did you tell or testify at the grand jury, I guess is my question, that you had at least 2 conversations with Henry Meyer about life insurance?
I had 2 conversations with Henry, but not about life insurance. We were at the party and at the day of the death.
Did you testify at the grand jury that you did?
I don't know.
Would you like to look at the grand
Sure.
jury? And also, was it based on Monica asking?
No, Monica didn't ask me. Monica wasn't even speaking in complete sentences.
Did you testify, well, I'm going to have you review, did you testify at the grand jury that all those conversations were based on an inquiry by Monica, and your answer was yes?
Monica wasn't saying call. Monica was like, what do I do? What do I do? And I took the initiative to call.
Okay. Again, did you testify at the grand jury?
I have to read that.
Okay. I'll give you page 284. You can start at the bottom and go into the next page.
It says here that Not the night of the party. It wasn't pertaining to life insurance.
The topic was, were all those conversations pertaining to life insurance? And your answer were, and were all those conversations based on the inquiry by Monica? And your answer, yes.
Monica, okay, I understand.
Okay. So, again, this was, I understand your testimony now. This is just based on what you said at the grand jury.
Okay.
Is that fair?
I mean, if I said it.
Okay. This text exchange that you had then with Sal, I know defense put in the exhibit, or is it our exhibit? I don't know where it's at, but I have it. Do you know what it is? The text exchange. I'll get the number because I have a copy of it. Which one is it? Is it in there? 289 maybe? 89. Let me just make sure. Can I just look at the emails? Yeah. All right. This has already been presented to you. Exhibit 89. Again, this has already been shown to you by the defense. It's the text exchange that you had with Sal. How did you have Sal Macheri's number?
My husband had his number for some reason, and I got it from him.
Did Monica give you the number?
No.
Now, this is January, again, into the early morning hours.
Well, that time is wrong, because on my phone, I still have the text. It is 11:45 at that text. It is not 2:30 in the morning.
The time is wrong on the copy of the phone text?
This is wrong time, yes.
Okay. The night of the murder, going into the morning hours, can you guys help figure out his life insurance Monica is asking?
Correct.
That's a pretty clear statement, but you're saying now that she was not asking.
Well, if I ask Sal that, he's not going to give me any information.
I'm just asking you.
So Monica did not ask me. I asked saying she did so I could get some information to give to Monica. I was trying anything to help them to ease this stuff they had to go through.
In all your phone calls to Detective Parshall, your interviews, you've never said that until now, though, right? That it was actually you asking.
I'm sure I told him at some point. We had many conversations. Parshall.
You know all your calls are recorded and transcribed,
yeah,
right?
I had many calls with him, and I think you only have 7 or 8 transcribed. I had many calls with him.
So in a call that we may not have, you may have said that that's actually incorrect and that it was you asking about insurance, not Monica.
Yeah, I told him that I initiated a lot. I did tell Parshall that.
But you don't know when?
No, we had at least 50 phone calls.
50?
Absolutely. I spoke to him a couple times each week.
Okay, and that was you calling him?
Both ways.
You were very involved in this case.
Absolutely.
But Monica, the defendant, never knew that you were making all these calls with Detective Parshall. You kept that from her.
Yes.
Why?
Because I felt that Rob Baker was involved.
Did you warn her?
No.
You thought he was a killer who brutally murdered her husband in her backyard where her teen daughters live, and you didn't say anything about it?
No.
Weren't you worried for the girls?
I asked Parshall, and he said they weren't coming back. The people were probably not coming back.
Well, that was in your February 14th interview when he said they probably won't come back, they're knockback burglars, and he said, but I wouldn't leave my kids home alone, and you said, well, I wouldn't leave mine either. Remember that?
Correct.
Okay, but you weren't concerned about the girls being with a potential murderer in their house with their mother?
I had no proof that he did it. It was just a gut feeling, as well as the relationship they had was a gut feeling. I had no proof.
Do you need proof to warn your friend that her friend at that point might be involved in the murder of her husband?
I do.
Okay. All right. So after this text exchange then with Sal, that was the 24th, you testify that her sister and mother arrived the next day, and then after that, on Wednesday or a day or so after that, his side of the family came, Fabio's mother, sisters, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Now, were you familiar with both sides of the family?
Yes.
Had you traveled to Toronto and known both sides of the family?
Yes.
Council, we interrupt you.
Yes.
Take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. Be back in 15 minutes.
This was good timing. I was just entering this into the chat. I have to go pick up Melina, but Melody's not ready yet, so I'll get Melina and I'll be back very soon. So see you shortly. Who knows, if they go longer than the 15 minutes, I'll beat them back.
also present. Ms. Obad, you're still under oath, and the people may continue with their cross.
Thank you. We're going to move to the night of the memorial that was at the house a few days, the 29th, after Fabio was killed. You testified you went to that as well?
Yes.
And it was mainly close friends and family?
And work friends, a lot of work friends.
You testified then that Rob Baker showed up there. Did you testify that, or are you stating that's the first time you actually saw him in person?
Yes.
So you didn't know who he was when he first came, you just knew his name?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also testified that you saw them walking. He was very odd, he was leaning in, things of that nature. I don't know if I'm using the right words, but there was something bizarre about him.
Yes.
And you saw them walking from the front door towards the kitchen?
Well, you can't see the front door. So coming down the 2 steps, when I first saw him, if you're going up there, that's the front door, that's the foyer, you can go upstairs that way. I don't know where they were coming from exactly. I didn't see that.
In your February 14th interview with Detective Parshall, you told the detective that the defendant was in her bedroom and he went in there.
I know that she was in her bedroom at some point. I never saw him there because you can't see anything. And coming down the steps, he could have come from many different locations.
Did you tell the detective that?
I told the detective that she was in her bedroom many times that night.
And that he went in there?
I assumed, but I did not see him.
I'm just asking if you told the detective that.
I don't think I did. I think I said something that I didn't. I remember the grand jury saying I did not see him in there.
1 second.
Because from my location, you can't see where they're coming from.
You told the detective, and this is February 14th, page 5, line 5, to Detective Parshall, hey, this is something weird. And then, he sort of took her around to where no one was, and she's in her bedroom. She went in her bedroom, and then he showed up and kind of walked in there. And then the sister saw, and the sister said in Italian, get the fuck out.
No. No. That's...
My question is, did you tell...
No,
Hold
that's...
on a moment.
Okay.
I'll let you talk. Did you tell the detective that?
I don't recall.
Would you like to see the transcript?
Absolutely. What line are we talking
Line
about?
5.
Okay.
Okay. So did you tell the detective that
I
the
don't...
defendant was in the bedroom and that he went in the bedroom?
I may have said that because I can clearly see it, but I did not see him go in the bedroom. I could not see where he was from the location I was.
But you saw it in the transcript.
Yes.
So you said that to the detective,
Yes.
but now...
Well, I did not see it. I assumed he was in the bedroom because she was in that direction as well.
You interviewed with the defense counsel then in July of 2017 as well, and you testified, this is line number 13 from Mr. Dawson's interview, as Deborah walked toward the bedroom, Baker and Monica were coming out.
I never passed the kitchen dining room, so that is not correct. And on Mr. Dawson's, a few of his things, they were not correct.
They were not correct.
They were not correct. A few things that I said were not correct.
So his report that he memorialized from his notes misstates what you said.
A couple of them did, yes.
Okay. And then also when he stated Did you speak with her mother then about, that's the defendant's mother, about Baker being in the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And you told Mr. Dawson that Monica's mother told you, get that man out of her bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. So that happened.
Yes, she said, get him out of here.
No, that's not what I said.
But I'm saying what she said was, get him out of here.
Did you tell Mr. Dawson that Monica's mother told her to get that man out of her bedroom?
I don't recall saying that to
Did you
Mr.
see the report?
No, because I saw that the other day, and a few things were not correct.
So the February 14th interview by Detective Parshall is incorrect, and the July 5th, 2017 report by Mr. Dawson is incorrect.
Well, there's more to it. They all knew where I was standing. I cannot see from the kitchen if he's coming from the bedroom, the bathroom, the front door, the upstairs.
Okay.
I assumed because I knew Monica was in her bedroom.
Did you ever see that night Mr. Baker, Rob Baker, give her a burner phone?
No.
Did she ever tell you that he gave her a burner phone?
No.
Now, it's causing quite a scene with Mr. Baker at this memorial or wake between you, his sister, Anna, and the mother. It's causing problems, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as causing problems. It was just a very odd occurrence.
Well, you witnessed the defendant's mother being really upset, right?
She was disturbed why he was there.
Well, you told detectives, again in your February 14th interview, that the defendant's mom said, I can't stand him, I'm going to tell him. Remember that?
Yes.
I can't stand that guy, I've met him before.
Yes.
So you had that conversation with his mother?
Yes, in the kitchen, yes.
Okay. But you did not... Did you hear his sister say, get him the fuck out?
Anna?
Yes.
No.
But you told Detective Parshall on your February 14th interview that when Monica was in her bedroom and he went in there, the sister Anna saw and said, get the fuck out to him in Italian.
I wasn't there.
Did you tell Detective Parshall that in your interview, February 14th?
I was meaning that Morella said something in Italian to Monica, get him out of here, or people are watching. So I don't know what she exactly said in Italian.
Okay, my question is, did you tell Detective Parshall in your
It should have
February?
been. It should have
I need
been.
to finish my sentence. Did you tell Detective Parshall in your February 14th, 2017 interview that Anna, not Morella, we're not talking about Morella right now, Anna said to you that she told Rob Baker, get the fuck out to him in Italian?
If I said that, but I meant Morella.
You meant Morella.
I didn't mean Anna.
You did assist Morella's help in getting Baker out of there as well, though, right?
Yes.
So what did that involve?
We just sort of walked over to them sitting on the couch to try to make a disturbance, and then we turned on the TV, and then she said something and she sat down and said something to Monica in Italian, and I walked out at that moment.
Okay.
But I wanted him to get off the couch and get out of there.
Did you ever hear Monica's mom tell him to fuck off when he was leaving?
No,
Did you text Elise later that night then asking what his last name was?
I did.
Okay, so you only knew him as Rob?
Yes.
And why did you text Elise asking his last name?
Because I knew if I just acted casual about it and say, oh, I think I said something, the racquetball guy, Rob, what's his last name, that she would tell me.
All right. So that night you took the photos of him because you considered him behaving suspiciously, is that correct?
Yes.
And you took pictures, you noticed the cut on his finger?
I did not.
Oh, you didn't? That was just in the photo?
Yeah, I did
Okay.
not notice that till much later. I think the detectives or someone else told me.
All right. So you took photos then, and what was the purpose, again, of you taking those photos?
Because I wanted to revisit that. I just couldn't deal with that at that moment. That wasn't the place. And I wanted to revisit and figure out who he was and what was going on with him.
When you took those photos, though, did you tell the defense investigator, again, July 7th, 2017, that at the time you thought maybe this guy had something to do with the murder because he was in love with Monica?
Yes.
Okay, so at that time, that night at the memorial, you're looking at him and you're thinking he might have something to do with the murder.
I was trying to put it together that night.
And then you also told the detectives that you were suspicious of him from the very beginning, correct?
Yes,
But you never, again, told Monica, the defendant, any of this.
I did not.
Did you tell any of her family members any of this?
I did not.
Did you tell any of Fabio's family members any
I
of this?
did not.
Did you tell your husband your suspicions?
I did.
And do you know, to your knowledge, did he tell anybody in the family or warn Monica?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. So at this point, you sent the photographs the next day. Is that ring a bell? It's the next day.
I don't know if it was the next day or it was next 2 days. It was within the next few
All
days.
right. You sent the photographs to Detective Parshall.
Correct.
At this point, had you only had one interview with Detective Parshall? Or do you even know? I mean, I'm not going to hold you to. Do you know?
I just think I spoke to him that night.
How did you have his information to even communicate?
He gave me his business card, which I still have, actually.
So you forwarded those photos, and what did you tell him about those photos?
I think I called him first and said, I want you to look into this guy.
Now, did you tell the defendant that you sent photos of Rob Baker to the detective?
No, I did not.
At some point, did the defendant find out that you had sent a photo or two photos of Rob Baker to Detective Parshall?
I think she knew that I had called Parshall. I don't know if she knew I had sent a picture.
And just to be clear, Exhibit 45, this is one of the photographs?
Yes.
Okay, and that was sitting by the fire pit.
Yes.
And then, again, ignoring the close-up in the era, but People's 46, this photograph of Rob Baker, did you take that one as well?
Yes, I did.
All right. After the defendant found out that you had contacted the detectives about Rob Baker, she got mad at you?
Yes.
And you actually told Parshall that she got mad at you for telling Parshall about the gym rat people. Is that right?
Yep.
And the defendant said, I don't know why you told him they love me, and she was not happy with you about that.
Correct.
What did you tell her why you did it?
I think I said something that his behavior was odd. I'm not exactly sure what I said to her. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Now, when you sent that photo, though, you were also told by her mother and her sister to make sure that you called them.
Yes.
So the three of you colluded, not, I'm using a word, but the three of you discussed the fact behind Monica's back that you're going to send this photo of Rob Baker to Detective Parshall.
I don't remember if it was the photo or I was going to tell the detective about Rob Baker.
Okay, and her mother and her sister Anna were in on that agreement that you needed to tell the detective.
Yes.
And again, no one told the defendant what was going on, to your knowledge.
To my knowledge.
You also testified, not testified, but you stated to the police in your same interview on February 14th that a neighbor showed Rob the video of the joggers. When did that happen?
I'm sorry, the neighbor showed who?
Rob the video of the joggers. When did that happen?
I have no idea. I never even saw that video.
Well, not you. You testified, or you stated, not testified, that the neighbor showed Rob the video of the joggers.
It's overruled. You ain't forming a question.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about there.
Would you like to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
This page is February 14, 2017, page 51, lines at the bottom 25 through 28.
I see that it says Rob here, but I don't think it meant Rob because Rob was never how would I know if somebody showed Rob a video? Rob was never back at the house with all the family there that week.
Okay, well, my question is, and I'll read it. This is you to Detective Parshall on February 14th, 2017. Now, I don't know if you guys know this. The neighbor who you guys got the video from has shown Rob the video.
Yeah, that's...
You think that you didn't mean to say Rob?
No, I don't know.
Who do you think you meant to say?
Well, they showed the family.
But you said Rob.
Yeah, that's not correct. That was written wrong, said wrong. That's not correct. How would I know if a neighbor, I know the neighbor had showed Monica, and Monica, I mean, she gave her a CD, so I think some of the family members saw the CD prior to Monica even seeing it.
Okay, so you know that your interviews with the detectives are recorded.
Well, I didn't know. They didn't tell me that.
You know now,
I
right?
know now, and
then they're transcribed.
Right, and they didn't record all of the video, all the conversations.
So your belief is that it was, you didn't say Rob, you meant to say other family members.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then you also said, I have not seen the video. I know my husband has seen it. I have not seen it.
Yes.
So when did your husband see it?
Sometime around when they got the video. I don't know exactly when he saw it.
And then when did you see it?
I never saw it.
Well, you testified earlier that the guy in the video was short, so that must be Barry. So how would you have known that?
It was a picture. I had a picture. I didn't see the video. I had a picture of the two guys.
So you've seen a still shot of the video?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so when you spoke to Parshall then on a regular basis, and again, you said there's multiple calls, did you repeatedly tell him not to tell the defendant that you were talking to him?
Yes.
Why?
Because I wanted them to figure out the murder. I didn't want to get her involved.
Okay. Now, you also told the police that Monica came home from Canada and it was her 20-year anniversary and she went out.
Yes.
And you testified that you went over there when she got home from Canada and she looked sad and peaked. And then later you discovered she had gone out that night.
Correct.
Now, did that surprise you?
Yes.
Why?
Because she had just gotten home. I thought she would stay home.
Do you know that she went out with her boyfriend, Rob Baker, that night till late in the morning?
I didn't know who she went out with.
Do you know that now?
Correct.
Okay, so when she looked sad and you were worried about her, you didn't know that when you left she got dressed up and went out with her boyfriend?
I did not.
And you told the police again that, quote, Blabber Jessica told you that.
Correct.
Okay. And that Blabber Jessica told Anna that as well.
Correct.
Okay. And that Blabber Jessica told the defendant's mom that as well. And that she got home at 1 a.m. in the morning.
Correct.
And you told the police that Jessica told Anna, and Anna told you this. Is that what happened?
I think Jessica told me directly. I'm not sure if I had a conversation with Anna about that. I don't recall that.
Okay. But did you tell the police, the detectives, that Jessica told Anna and Anna told you? If you don't recall, that's fine.
I don't recall.
All right. But at any rate, all of you knew about this activity.
Yes.
The following Sunday, when you went to Ernie's for a barbecue, you didn't go, or did you?
I did not.
Okay. And then Monica, your belief was she was going out with her friend Sheila, right?
After Ernie's, yes.
So you had a conversation again with Anna about the fact that Monica, the defendant, wouldn't let Anna go out with them that night, February 12th of 2017.
Correct.
In fact, you told the police, well, Anna was staying at the house that week, right?
Yes.
And you're getting a lot of information from Anna, her sister, is that correct?
No, mostly Jessica.
Well, did you tell the police on February 14th interview, quote, Anna and I are in cahoots?
Probably.
Okay, were you in cahoots with Anna?
I mean, I think that's a weird word that I use, but I was I had a conversation with Anna. I had some
Okay.
conversation with Anna.
So you told the police that Anna and I are in cahoots and we don't tell Monica anything.
Correct.
Again, you and Anna were suspicious of Monica?
I was suspicious.
Okay, well, you and Anna are in cahoots, so
I
why
don't,
would you say that?
I don't think Anna was suspicious, but I was trying to fill her in of what I was thinking.
You noticed that the defendant wasn't herself. You stated that her behavior changed during that time frame after the murder, right?
Yes.
And that she was going out a lot.
Yes.
Was she dressing differently?
I didn't really see her when she would go out how she was dressed.
Okay. And you also testified on direct that she would babysit for your son.
She had, and Fab and her had both.
After the murder, did she babysit?
I don't think she did after the murder.
And you told the police again in that same interview that you set up a time for the defendant to come babysit for you, but she didn't show up. Bella had to do the babysitting, and that when you asked her about it, she said, the defendant said, I'm with my friends and we were having a good time.
Yes. Yes.
So she was not coming through for you as a friend.
I knew ahead of time she had a lunch that day, and that I was going to bring my son to her house because I had a quick meeting, and so Bella was there as well, and so Monica did not come home. Bella watched him for an hour or so.
Were you telling Anna about this at the same time?
I think I did.
Did you, during this time, February 14th, you also told Detective Parshall, did he ask you if he thought your opinion, since you were talking to him a lot, that he could talk to Anna? Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
And you told Detective Parshall that he could not trust Anna.
Correct.
So you don't believe Anna to be trustworthy?
If it was something from the detectives, I think Anna would have told Monica.
Okay. And in fact, you told him, I trust Anna that if I say anything, Anna won't breathe a word. But they have that Italian loyalty.
Yes.
She would not talk to you. She would confirm this bad feeling about Rob, but not if Monica knows or is around. They're thick as thieves. Did you say that to Detective Parshall?
Yes.
So in other words, Anna is going to stick by her sister, and that's why you would not trust her, because she's going to stand by her sister, right?
Yes.
All right. You also told Detective Parshall you were so suspicious of the defendant, and this is your good friend, that, quote, I thought about following her.
Yes.
Why were you going to follow her?
Because I still hadn't confirmed that she was having an affair.
So you're very, very involved in this investigation.
I don't know if I'd say that, but I was involved somewhat.
Well, to the point where the detectives are calling you Nancy Drew.
Correct.
And you were referring to yourself as Nancy Drew.
Correct.
You then called the detectives, and after you've already sent the photos of Rob Baker and alerted them to Rob Baker, you then told the detectives that I would check out these gym friends as well.
Yes.
Were you suspicious of the gym friends?
I just didn't know them. I didn't know anything about them.
Now, on February 20th, okay, so you've had this whole conversation on the 14th. That was the interview at your house. You begin calling the detectives, or maybe there were some calls in between. But on February, after that first interview at your house on February 14th, where we just went through a lot of statements, there was a lot of phone calls then after that were initiated by you.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I think so.
Okay. So then you called the Detective Parshall on February 20th, and you started with, I've got some information for you, and you were calling about that douchebag Rob.
Okay.
Is that correct? Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember telling him about the conversation that he wasn't the racquetball coach anymore?
Yes.
So you'd had a conversation with Anna about that?
Yes.
And Anna told you he wasn't the racquetball coach anymore?
Yes.
You also told Detective Parshall that you tried to talk to Monica, the defendant, about the DVR stuff, but she told you she can't find anything.
Correct.
And Monica, the defendant, also told you that Fabio had changed it like a year ago.
Correct.
So the defendant did not tell you, did she ever tell you that she was involved in the installation of the new DVR?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she could access it from her phone via an app, their surveillance equipment?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she actually did access it from her app the day of the murder?
No.
Did she tell you that she routinely accessed it the months before, in November and October, that same app to see her surveillance equipment or video surveillance at her home?
No.
So you didn't know anything about her ability to access the surveillance equipment?
No. No.
Did she tell you that she was there present for the installation?
No.
Did she tell you that she sent the passwords to access the surveillance equipment to Rob Baker?
No.
February 21, the next day, you called Detective Parshall again, and you gave him a little bit more information about the Rob Baker being a promoter. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you got that information again from Anna.
Yes.
When you talked to Anna, you guys were talking a lot about Rob Baker at one point.
Yes.
And Anna told you that you can't repeat anything she says, correct?
Yes.
Did she tell you why?
No.
At any point now, as we're going through the months, did you ever begin to get closer to warning Monica about Rob Baker?
No.
Did you ever get closer to warning the girls, the teen girls in the household, about Rob Baker?
I was hoping that Parshall would take care of that.
Did you ever warn them?
No.
Did you know that Rob Baker had a criminal history?
No.
Did you know Rob Baker had been in the porn industry?
No.
On February 21, did you call Detective Parshall and talk about the fact that Rob Baker wasn't at the New Year's Eve party?
Yes.
And did you tell him that he was too busy planning the murder?
Yes.
And I'm assuming you were joking.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, you believe Rob Baker murdered Fabio at this point.
I believe he was involved. I didn't have any proof.
And again, you're not telling anyone of your fears of this man who is now around these two girls and your good friend.
I told Parshall.
March 7th of 2017, you called Detective Parshall again. And at this point, you tell him that you ask him, why aren't you putting a tracking device on the defendant's car?
Yes.
And you said, I think you should.
Yes.
So you're continually involved in encouraging the detectives to look at Monica.
Where she was going and who she was with.
You were suspicious that Monica was involved.
I was suspicious that somebody that she knew was involved, that Rob was involved.
But you didn't say put a tracking on Rob, you said put a tracking on Monica.
Yes.
So you're her good friend and you're behind her back calling the police, telling them that she should be followed. You want to follow her and to put a tracking device on her car.
I did.
Did you ever tell the defendant that you were doing any of this?
No.
Did you tell also Detective Parshall when you talked about the daughters that you think it's weird that no one's staying at home with the daughters when she's going out on these vacations and trips?
Yes.
Were you worried about them?
Yes.
Did you ever stay with them?
No, but they stayed at my house a few times.
When she went to various trips to Las Vegas and such, did you ever offer to stay at the house?
No.
Did you ever talk to Monica about the fact that she was leaving her daughters home?
I don't recall.
That same call, you called Monica a liar. Do you remember doing that?
Yes.
And you said about leaving the daughters at home. If she said to me or Anna, hey, I'm going to go out with my friends and whatever, I wouldn't think anything of it. But the fact that she goes, no, I don't go anywhere, she's a liar.
Yes.
So the defendant was telling you that she wasn't going anywhere, right?
Yes.
You didn't know that she was leaving the girls at home alone.
I didn't know. I'm sorry, can you ask me that again?
Did you know that she was leaving those girls home alone and going out partying till 1, 2 in the morning?
I knew a few times.
As far as the house, you weren't even comfortable going to the house, right?
I did go to the house, but I didn't like going there.
In your March 7th phone call, you said regarding the house that you didn't want to go there. In fact, quote, I won't go there.
I did go there, but I didn't like going there.
And you said, I wouldn't leave my kids home after what happened.
Correct.
Did you think it was weird that these two girls who are 16 and 18 were being left home alone with no upgraded surveillance systems?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about that?
At some point I had asked her about the surveillance, the system, but I don't remember exactly what was said.
Okay. Now, you also on March 11th, we looked at this photograph. This is 637 of defense. The expedition parked in front of the Sementilli residence. Why did that car catch your attention?
Well, if you see in front of there's painters, I knew she had painters there that weekend. And I don't know. I was in the area. I mean, they're very close. And I just went by and I decided just to take a picture. I had no idea if that was a painter's car or whose car that was.
Is it because you hadn't seen any other cars ever in front of her house?
I mean, there were cars in her house. I mean, near her house before. I don't know why I did that. It was just some gut weird feeling, and I drove by and took this picture.
You also know that the defendant at one point turned in Fabio's truck and got a Mustang, right?
Yes.
And you told the detectives that you didn't think it was strange because the truck was expensive and she got a new Mustang. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you believed it to be $30,000.
I mean, I don't remember. I think I said 30,000, but I don't remember. I just threw out a number.
Okay, do you know now that it was actually 62,000?
I mean, I know a car is a lot more than 30,000.
Well, at the grand jury, you testified 30,000. Right?
Yeah, I don't know why I said that number.
All right, and so now knowing that it's 62,000, during that time, was the defendant complaining to you about money?
Not really. Not that I recall.
Money was not a topic or an issue?
I remember one time I asked her if she needed money, and she said no.
Did you know she was getting a salary from
Yes.
Wella for 6 months?
I did know that.
She told you that?
Somebody told me that. I don't know exactly who, but yes, I did know that.
And then after the initial, what we already went through with life insurance, did you talk to her about life insurance?
Just if what was going on, I think I asked her, did Parshall push it? Because I think Parshall had said something about they couldn't release it or something. So I might have asked her about it.
At some point you found out she was going to Las Vegas, and first we'll start with the trip in March of 2017. When did you find out about that?
She probably told me prior to her going.
And when she went to that, she lied to you and told you that she was just going with Sheila, right?
Yes.
Okay, you found out later that wasn't true.
Yes.
Did you know Sheila?
No, never met her.
Do you know if anyone stayed home with her girls when she went on that first Las Vegas trip?
I know that the girls stayed at my house at some point in one of those trips. I just don't remember which trip.
Okay, so if you testified at the grand jury on the question, did anyone stay with the girls? You say, no, not that I recall. That first trip, then most likely that was accurate. You don't know who stayed with the girls. Anyone stayed with the girls?
Yeah, no, I do not know.
Then the second Las Vegas trip that came up in May, did you know about that one?
Yes.
And why did she tell you she was going to Las Vegas that time?
She didn't, I don't, she was going with Sheila again.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she was going with Rob Baker to celebrate his birthday?
No.
Again, the girls, did she tell you or do you know if anyone stayed at the house with her girls?
I do not.
And did you testify at the grand jury that no one stayed at home with the girls?
I may have said that.
The Myrtle Beach trip then, we're getting to that. You were familiar that she went to Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
All right, and what did she tell you about that?
She wanted to go there because Fab wanted to go there.
All right. Did she tell you that she was going with Rob Baker?
No.
So she had now lied to you many, many, many times, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is this the same person you thought you knew?
Well, she's lying about an affair.
Well, I'm just asking you, would you have expected your friend to be lying to you for this long of a time?
About an affair, yes.
Okay, you would expect that.
I would expect her to lie to me about the affair.
Okay. So she went to Myrtle Beach, and then she told you she was going with a friend. You did not know she was going with Rob Baker.
Correct.
Right. At some point, then, did you get suspicious?
Yes.
What happened?
I thought it was strange that she was going to Myrtle Beach.
So you called Parshall again, right?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
Find out why she's going to Myrtle Beach.
You told Parshall to find out.
Yeah, why is she going to Myrtle Beach? I don't I think she's going with Rob, or she's going with somebody, I don't know.
So you want Detective Parshall to follow up on that?
Yes.
All right. What did you do to investigate that?
Her mother and I looked on her computer.
Okay. Now, was she acting differently? You stated, before that when she went to Myrtle Beach, she wasn't like the normal her. She wasn't calling her girls, checking in,
Yes.
things of that nature.
Correct.
So when you say you looked on her computer, how did this start?
Jessica opened the computer for us, and me and her mom just looked on it.
All right. So when you called the detective, Parshall, you started off saying to look into Myrtle Beach, right?
Yes.
And you told him she lies about everything.
Yes.
Okay, so that's not just the affair. She lies about everything is what you said.
Well, I'm referring to the affair.
Okay, but that's not what you said, right?
I guess not, but that's what I'm referring to.
All right. Well, she lies about everything. She said she went by herself. That's a piece of garbage lie.
Yes.
All right. And that's the way you felt.
Absolutely.
She told you she was going to Myrtle Beach, and she said she was going alone, right?
Yes.
And you told Detective Parshall that she told you it was on Fabio's bucket list, and she wanted to go.
Yes.
While she was gone, then her mother, that's the defendant's mother, stayed with the girls?
Yes.
So you were having lunch with her mom, and her mom came up with the idea, actually, of getting into her computer.
I'm not sure. I think it was a mutual idea.
Did you tell Detective Parshall that you were having lunch with her mom, and her mom said, let's go. I have her password for her computer. I saw everything.
We got the password from Jessica.
Okay.
Jessica, we didn't give us the password. She opened the computer for us.
Did you tell Detective Parshall that her mom said, I have the password for her computer? Let's go. It was the mother's idea.
I think that's missing some bit. I think it was, I would say it was a mutual idea.
Did you tell the detective that? You just didn't fully explain it?
I think I didn't fully explain everything to him.
All right. Now, the mother then, according to you, is it your belief that she was also not trusting her own daughter?
At that point, she was not sure what was going on.
Okay. So then you got the password from Jessica, and you went in. Was this a computer that was at the Sementilli residence?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Were you having conversations with her sister Anna at this time?
Anna was back in Canada. I don't recall having a lot of conversations with her when she was left.
Okay, so this going into the computer, the password that Jessica gave you was happening in Los Angeles?
Correct.
All right. So you got into her computer then, and then that's when you found receipts and things of that nature?
Yes.
And those were Uber receipts and going to strip clubs and bars?
Yes.
And you called Detective Parshall and you told him, I want you guys to be aware of this, right?
Yes.
So was there a reason why you were giving Parshall information like that?
I knew that he had the resources to figure this out. I couldn't figure this out.
What were you trying to figure out?
Who killed Fab?
Okay. So, again, you think that the defendant's in on this as well, right?
I thought someone that she knew was involved.
All right. But you're not telling the defendant anything that you're conversing with Detective Parshall.
Yes.
This is all behind her back for these months. Correct?
Yes. Yes. And Parshall even said to me, don't tell Monica anything.
Now, during this time, you told Anna that Monica was having an affair.
I did.
Do you know how Anna ended up seeing those receipts and things of that nature?
I don't know.
And the information that was in the computer, do you know how? Because she wasn't in LA with you.
I do not know.
When you got into the computer, you told Detective Parshall that she lied about her flights. Is that right?
Yes.
So you saw her flight for an email and it was all a lie.
Yes.
And she lied to you about where she was staying.
Correct.
She lied to you about who she was going with.
Correct.
She lied to you about why she was going.
Correct.
And you told the detectives that even her mom was onto her shady behavior.
Correct.
So you thought the defendant was shady.
Yes.
Okay. As far as Myrtle Beach being on Fabio's bucket list, you told the detectives he always wanted to go there. I've got news for her. It was Pebble Beach, bitch. It wasn't Myrtle Beach.
I did say that.
So that was another lie that she told you, that Fabio wanted to go to Myrtle Beach.
Yes.
She actually told, or actually you knew, and you told the detectives that Rob was from that area.
I don't know if I knew he was from that area. I assumed maybe he was from there. I didn't know that. I didn't have much information about Rob.
But you told the detectives that Rob was from that area. However you knew it, that was your belief.
I felt like maybe I asked it as a question. Was he from that area? I don't remember knowing that.
You found out from that search that Monica and Baker were swinging, they were on Craigslist, and that she was using the name Madonna.
Yes.
And you told her sister all of this as well.
I don't recall telling her. I mean, her mother was with me when we found that out.
Okay. I would assume the conversation between all you are very shocked at what's going on.
Absolutely.
You didn't know this side of her?
Never.
In fact, you were so suspicious of the defendant that you told Detective Parshall that when she came back from Myrtle Beach, you sent a friend to the airport to spy on her to see who she got off the plane with.
I did.
Did you go?
No.
Who'd you send?
A friend of mine.
Who?
His name is Kyle.
You sent your friend Kyle, and what did Kyle report back?
He just saw her by herself.
Okay, so you're doing your own investigation along with calling Parshall pretty regularly.
Well, that day, I did.
Okay. And then now we're jumping forward again. The defendant, well, let me back up. On June 5th, 2017, this is before the arrest, you called Parshall again. Now the arrest comes June 14th. We're getting closer to the arrest, right?
Yes.
And you called Parshall and said, she's in Toronto. It's going to go down Monday because she's swinging with Rob and other couples, fucking other couples.
Yes.
And that was the statement you made to Parshall.
Yes.
What did you mean it's going to go down Monday?
When she was in Toronto?
Yes.
I think that the mom and sister were going to have a conversation with her about that.
So as of June 5th, then the mom had gone back to Toronto.
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, then you, the sister, and the mom were on the same page that you had been lied to by the defendant and kind of knew what was going on?
I think I knew more than they did, but they were trying to uncover as well.
Well, you told Detective Parshall on that same June 5th call, her sister knows everything now.
She knew everything, I guess, from that computer, what we found on the computer.
What you told her?
I don't recall telling her because it was her mother and I were together, so maybe the mother told. I don't remember having that conversation and telling Anna.
And then you told the Detective Parshall on June 5th that her sister is not to be trusted. Why did you say that?
Because I was afraid she was going to tell Monica what we did.
And what if Monica found out what you did?
I didn't want to open that bucket yet.
That you had been calling Parshall behind her back for months and investigating her and having her followed and wanting tracking devices on her car?
Yes, I wanted Parshall to arrest Rob or whoever did it.
Including the defendant if she did it.
But I didn't know anything about the defendant. I just knew that Rob was sketchy.
And you also told Detective Parshall that her mom wants me to follow her. Is that true?
I think we had a conversation. I think it was about that same night at the airport.
So her mom was asking you to follow her daughter?
Not follow her. I think it was related to the airport incident. Like we wanted to know who she came off the airplane with.
Again, but did you tell Parshall that her mom wants me to follow her?
Maybe I did. I don't recall that, but maybe.
So at this point, are you concerned about Rob Baker? You already said I suspected him from the beginning. Now we're at June 5th. And you told Detective Parshall if he's really the killer, he's going to come after me. Are you getting scared now thinking?
Absolutely.
But you still don't tell the defendant anything about your suspicions that she's hanging out, going on trips with a man who brutally murdered your friend Fabio in his backyard.
Yes, because I was hoping that Parshall was going to take care of that. So if he didn't do anything about it, I have no resources to figure this out.
Well, your resource is your friend, and you have a conversation, right?
Yes, but she already had said she wasn't having an affair. I knew she would say the same thing.
But you knew she was lying to you.
Correct.
All right. When you had this conversation with Anna about cheating, you told Parshall during this call that you tried to tell Anna months ago that she was cheating, but Anna got mad at you and said, my sister would never do that.
Yes.
Is that how you felt her sister was basically in denial that her sister was capable of cheating?
Yes.
Did you also notice the defendant always having her phone with her everywhere?
Yes.
All right, now let's go to the arrest. She's arrested. Were you surprised when she was arrested?
Yes.
Were you surprised when Rob Baker was arrested?
No.
When she's arrested then, the defendant calls you from jail, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're the person that she asks to help her, along with her sister, get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I gave that information to Anna.
And then to your knowledge, did you have anything involvement in getting her lawyers?
No.
No rule.
No.
After that, after the arrest, did you call Detective Parshall on June 26th? This is a few weeks after the arrest. And now you said, hey, I think I know who the second suspect is. I think it could be Barry, Elisa's boyfriend.
I think so.
Okay. So now we're fast forwarding. Why now are you calling Parshall implicating Elisa's boyfriend Barry as the second suspect?
Well, because I knew that Rob, obviously there was two people, and Barry was a short guy, and in that picture that I had seen, it was a guy that wasn't super tall, and I knew it had to be somebody that Rob knew, so I just wanted him to check Barry out.
Did you also call Detective Parshall at one point and point him in the direction of Jessica's boyfriend Nick?
Yes.
And you called him a skanky kid?
Yes.
And you think he's a skanky kid?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Did you also then point Detective Parshall in the direction of a John Maroney, somebody that Fabio worked with?
That was a name that somebody from, I don't remember who it was, but somebody that he worked with gave me that name. I don't know who that man is.
Okay. And you pointed the police to this guy named John Maroney from Goldwell. Just because you got a name from somebody?
Yeah, they said that he was mad at Fab for taking a job or getting his job or something like that.
Okay. And lastly then, as far as, you know, Fabio's Porsche was stolen from the house, is that right?
Yes.
And did you know where Fabio kept the keys to that Porsche?
In the kitchen.
Where?
Either the counter or there's a drawer. There's
Right.
always keys on a counter or there was a drawer there.
All right, so Exhibit 7's up. The drawer over here under the DVR, is that it?
No, I think it's the drawer, the farther drawer. It says 12 there. It's I don't.
Right there?
No, the other direction. You
Over
can't.
here?
Yeah, you can't see it.
You can't see it.
That's where I remember it being a junky drawer, and then sometimes there were keys laying around there.
Okay, and in your grand jury, did you testify that the keys to the Porsche were usually kept in the kitchen in a drawer to the left side underneath where the screen DVR monitor is?
Yes, but the screen usually was a little farther over. I don't remember it being that far to the right side.
So, to the left, under the DVR is where that 12 is.
Yeah, honestly, I remember the keys being on the other direction. And that screen wasn't always right there. It was closer to the other direction, away from the 12.
The screen's moved in that photo.
Yeah, I don't remember it being that far over.
Okay, so in your grand jury testimony, the keys to the Porsche were usually kept in the kitchen in a drawer to the left side underneath the area where the screen DVR monitor is. That was an accurate statement.
Yes, but that screen was moved over.
Do you know that blood was found on that 12 placard right there?
I do not. I do not.
Of Rob Baker?
I do not.
I have no more questions.
You right?
Yes. Susan, the prosecutor spent quite a bit of time going through the fact that you believed that Robert Baker had something to do with this murder of Fabio early on. after the murder, that you repeatedly shared your suspicions with the detectives in the case.
Yes.
But that, I think she said, you still don't tell Monica or her daughters that you believed that this person was involved in the murder, and you keep that for Monica.
Yes.
But all the time that you believed that, you were repeatedly communicating with the detectives in the case, correct?
Yes.
It is, but I'll allow this question.
Yes.
You were.
Yes.
And what did they tell you about talking to Monica about your suspicions about Rob Baker?
They told me not to say anything.
And did they tell you why?
No.
And to your knowledge, did these detectives, from the first time you were telling them that you thought Baker was involved, did they ever contact Monica or her daughters to let them know that you believed, or they believed, that Robert Baker was the killer?
Not that I know of.
And you were talking to these detectives, tell me, you were talking to the detectives repeatedly between January, when the murder occurred, and the date
Yes.
that Monica was arrested, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And they never, to your knowledge, made any attempt to warn the family, warn Monica, or ask her about it?
No.
And when the prosecutor kept saying that you were suspicious about Monica, during this entire time, were you ever suspicious about Monica or her lies, other than about her having an affair with Robert Baker?
No.
Did the prosecutor, in her cross-examination, telling you about Monica having sex acts with Robert Baker during their affair, does that change your mind about the truth of what you observed?
No.
Does it change your mind in any way that your belief was that Monica was having an affair with the man who killed Fabia?
Can you say that again?
Does it change your mind about you believing that Monica was having an affair with the man who killed Fabia?
No.
Does it change your mind in any way about your belief that Monica was happily married to and with Fabio before he died?
Correct.
And was there anything about Monica and your belief that she was having an affair with Baker before he died that made you believe that somehow Monica was involved in his killing or murder?
I did not believe that.
And based on your closeness to Fabio Sementilli and Monica Sementilli before he was killed, was there any reason or suspicion that you ever had that Monica Sementilli wanted her husband dead?
I never believed she wanted him dead.
Nothing further.
Anything further about the people?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Okay.
Spence, may I call the next witness?
Good. No more of her.
Call Jason Rubin.
Witness, Testify before. All right.
Please face me and raise your right hand.
We're not able to look at it.
Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and understand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Jason Rubin, JasonRubin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry to bring you back, Mr. Rubin, but there was a couple questions that forgot to ask you the last time. You were the administrator, one of the administrators for the estate, is that correct?
Yes, the co-special administrator.
And when you were here last time, I asked you numerous questions about the assets of the estate, Monica Sementilli and so forth. You remember that?
Yes.
And did you answer them to the best of your ability?
Yes.
And did we meet several times before you testified to go over what I was going to ask you and what I wanted you to investigate about the affairs of the estate?
Yes.
And did you do so?
Yes.
Did you also communicate with the prosecution and offer them the same assistance that you offered me?
Yes.
With who?
With Beth Silverman.
Did they ever call you as a witness in this case?
They did not, but they offered. They in their email communications where they asked for me to testify as a witness on this case.
And you would have had you been asked?
Yes.
This is all cumulative.
It is so far.
And that's the reason you appeared, because we asked you, correct?
Yes.
For all the work that you did, well, let me ask you, how many hours do you think you spent both investigating the issues that we were going to question you about, as well as coming to court and testifying these 2 times?
Over the past 7-8 years, or over the past 6 months?
Both.
Well, I'm going to object in compounding this to the question.
I'll split it up, Your Honor.
All right.
You had contact with both sides for the last 7 or 8 years while this trial was, prosecution was pending. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I assume asking you numerous questions about the financial affairs that you were dealing with as the administrator, correct?
Yes.
How many total hours would you say you spent in responding to those questions of both the defense and the prosecution?
It was quite a bit. I know with me and my office, we spent, I'd have to go back and look at our time, but at least 50 hours, I'm guesstimating.
And how many hours did you spend directly with myself and or Mr. Dawson prior to your testimony?
Probably about 5 or 6.
Okay, and then you came to court the last time, you came to court this time, correct? At our
Yes.
request. Were you ever paid by the defense any funds for your expertise or your testimony?
No.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Across.
Just to confirm then, as far as your testifying, coming to court, testifying for the defense, and preparing for the defense testimony, you're not billing the estate of Fabio for that, right?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know. I have to talk to counsel.
What counsel?
My attorney, Justin Gold.
Okay, so the question is, the defense didn't pay you. They called you as a witness. You prepared with the defense. You came to court and you testified for the defense. And your response is they did not pay you, correct?
Well, I would have been subpoenaed if
I'm just asking you, did they pay you?
No, they did not.
Okay, but you're not going to bill the estate of Fabio for coming and testifying for the defense, right?
I don't know.
You've never inquired?
I don't know if I can or can't.
Okay.
Anything further?
If you had been subpoenaed by the prosecution, you would have come as well, correct?
Yes.
Would you have billed the estate of Fabio or Monica, or do you know?
It depends on what my counsel says.
Okay. So, Jan, the first time we're hearing this, did you ever request to be paid by the defense for your testimony?
No.
Or by the prosecution for your testimony?
No.
So whether you're paid or not out of the funds of the estate have nothing to do with the defense or the prosecution. It has to do with whatever administrators get paid or don't get paid.
Yeah, it's a question as to whether or not you get paid out as part of the administration of the estate, but I don't know.
And did you ever inform either side that you might be paid by the estate of either party if you were called to testify?
Well, I know work that we're doing in providing information to both sides, it could be deemed as extraordinary fees or not. But we have not done anything, filed any petitions or anything like that. And we've been doing this for 7 years.
So, you've done investigation and cooperation with both sides, correct?
That is correct.
And if you end up deciding whether or not to bill for that time, you'd be billing both sides, correct?
Well, we'd be billing the estate, not both sides. It would be the estate of Fabio Sementilli, but we have not done it yet, and I'm not sure if we can. And both sides have asked us we spent a lot of time on both sides based on their requests for information, not things that we initiated.
But I want to be clear, when you say the estate of Fabio Sementilli, it includes funds that eventually may be due to Fabio or maybe due to Monica.
Well, it'd be due to Fabio's children or to Monica. But again, I don't know.
Okay, you don't know how that's going to turn out.
Yes, or how we're going to proceed with that.
All right. Thank you, Bruce.
Anything further?
Just to be clear, you are a probate administrator, so you get paid to administrate the will or not will here in this case of Fabio.
That's correct.
Okay, so you're paid out of the estate money, what would go to Fabio's kids?
That's correct.
Okay, so your testimony is that you provided documents to the prosecution and the defense.
Well, we had meetings with the prosecution, with your office. We had meetings with the defense. We had calls and meetings with the lead detective on the case, Barry Tellis. Mm-hmm. And you guys have asked us for a lot of information, and we had to go and get it. And you've even asked us to look at Fabio's computer hard drive, and we did that. And so there's a whole host of services that we provided that both sides had asked us for. We did not initiate any of these requests. You guys have asked us for that information. And again, I don't know if we can be compensated or not. That's something I would have to discuss with counsel.
All right, and that's for administering the estate of Fabio. But you have been called to testify in a criminal trial for the defense, not administering the estate. Are you saying you don't know if you're going to bill the estate of Fabio for that testimony for the defense? You don't know. Is that your testimony?
Well, we would have been subpoenaed, so I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed?
No.
Anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. You're excused.
Thank you.
Let's take our lunch and recess until 1:30. The evidence implies not to discuss the state among yourselves, but anyone else with a form expressing opinions of the cause when I submit it to you. Have a good lunch. See you at 1:30. If I can have counsel remain momentarily, please.
That line of questioning was very odd to bring him back for that. I also want to say, as we just got done with the girl's testimony, I really feel like that she was a hindrance, kind of, in some of the different investigations that they were doing, since she was putting her nose in everybody else's business. And so I was reading about in California how you can get in trouble for hindering an investigation or interfering with law enforcement. And I would not be surprised if she gets hit with something like that, because she was just talking to everybody and then telling everybody everything. And it sounds like she made the law enforcement's jobs way harder. They were intentionally keeping things from Monica because they were trying to surveillance her. And yet this girl was just ruining it all, basically. That she was a disaster. Not good. All right, since it's lunch, I will be here, but I'll be muted. I'm going to go grab food. You'll have to let me know what you guys think of the girl, though I think most of us agreed on her. And then this last one, I don't think it was needed that he come back for that. We're so close. I still think they're going to rest today, hopefully. I wish we were deliberating right now. Yeah, I agree with you, Barbara. They probably were laughing at her. They probably all wanted nothing to do with her. And it sounds like she just wouldn't leave them or anybody alone. And then all the names that she was calling people. Oops, I took it off. I cannot believe how many people. Now I did it. There we go. I cannot believe all the names that she was calling people. It's crazy. So they actually have the right time for when they come back for lunch, and that is about 40 minutes from now. If anyone was not here when we were talking earlier in the chat, we were talking about Fabio's sister, Mariella, and her Facebook. She has been posting throughout this entire trial. I actually hadn't been looking for her on Facebook. I was following her on Instagram, but she is way more active on Facebook. She put out different ways to help the family pay for certain things since they are from Canada. They have been here every single day, and it's gone on way longer than what they anticipated. And so they put up different ways to give them money and different ways to go and not go through. I think PayPal's the one that charges them a ridiculous amount just with converting from US dollars to Canadian dollars. So there's a lot of information there. But we were talking about the lady that was just on the stand, and evidently the sister has said that she thinks that girl's a liar. And then we really got to listen to her testify even more, and it's just like, oh my gosh, yeah. She definitely seemed like a pretty vicious individual and was not nice or kind to anybody, it sounds like. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, these are people that she was supposed to be friends with, and she just said horrible things about them behind their backs. And also people she had never met before. She would look at them and call them names, just seeing them for the first time, just to be mean and cruel. It's very weird. The sister said that if it wasn't for her, and I think the mom, if it wasn't for them going every single day, the entire courtroom would be empty besides a few people that are there for Monica. There's no one else. So I think that's really nice that they are there representing him. But yeah, it's a lot of money to have to do that since they live in Canada and have to be getting a hotel every single day. I didn't see if they ended up going home for that week last week or not, but yeah, 37 days of this trial. No, Jeffrey. We're hoping that they rest today and then do closing arguments, but that has not happened yet. There's no end in sight. Yes, I agree with you. It's always a red flag when somebody can act that way about other people that they've never even met and decide just to be cruel like that. It's not good. Yeah, so his sister's been very active, like going all the way back to 2023 when Baker pled guilty. She's been posting. And I'm sure there's a lot that she doesn't let everybody see, maybe just friends through her Facebook, but a lot of what I can see is about that. So that's good. I'm glad she is getting the word out there and doing what she thinks is right for her brother. Well, I have absolutely no idea, but 12 News, which is out that way, says Monday. But I don't know. Yeah, everything I see, it says official start date Monday, but it sounds like there was something about if it goes longer, picking a jury or something like that, that it could have gone longer this week. But yeah, everything I see says Monday. Her trial is going to be crazy. I was really hoping that this trial will be done before that one starts. Well, hopefully it's not a long trial if they're going to be sequestered. If they overlap, which they're going to, I will end up going with Lori's during the time. And then usually I'll go back and I'll cover another trial later in the evening. So I'm still covering both, but I would choose at the normal time Lori's. The Monica trial has made it really hard to do that because they're 3 hours behind me, so it really messes up covering any trial at a normal time, and then we end so late compared to how other trials are. So this one needs to get done. It's been way too long. They said 3 to 4 weeks, Jeffrey. Wow. I'm surprised. Her boyfriend or Chad Daybell? Or yes. I mean, technically, they say that they're married to each other, but is he testifying in her trial? Because I haven't seen that. Clearly, I've been very fixated on other trials like this one. Yeah. And so it'll get better. Like once this is done, those two trials should be a lot easier to watch both of them and keep up. Or at least better than what it has been. All right, Jeffrey, I'm going to have to Google this now. If Chad's going to be there or not. See, that's what I was thinking, but now I just have to be sure. Oh, well, I completely misread that. That is not how I took it. I mean, you never know. If he wasn't on death row, I could see them wanting to pull him. I mean, because she was talking to him during this entire time, but that's already been tried and done, so I'm wondering if her oldest son is going to testify. Because I believe he is in Arizona. Yeah, then there's a really good chance he will. And I mean, and it was his dad. That'd be surprising if he doesn't know right now. Just because, I mean, we're under a week. Okay. Yeah, the son does. I didn't know the brother had a podcast, but I knew that the son has something. I'll have to look for that one because I haven't seen that one. I did know about the son, and I watched a few things he did. It's hard to keep up with that family. Any guesses as to what's going to happen with Karen Reed? Yeah, even all this like pretrial hearings has been crazy. And I feel like the judge plays into that a lot and is not helpful. Yeah. No, I think I was kind of feeling the same way. I do think that it's all very overwhelming and becomes very toxic. And it's hard to keep going. I mean, there's just so much hate surrounding it, depending on your viewpoint. Now, I agree with that. I agree 100% with that. And then I think that there's certain attorneys that are conducting themselves one way, but then if they're a part of an attorney team, you kind of have to talk to all of them, even if it's just one or two of the attorneys that need to be talked to. So, yeah, there's a lot of things going on with it. I said a while ago on my channel, but they finally dismissed Trooper Proctor. They're not going to keep him on. I thought that took a very long time for them to make a decision. Yeah, the police did not help themselves at all. Even if they didn't do anything bad, the fact of how they went about it was shady no matter what. So even if they honestly didn't do certain things, it didn't look like they were being honest and good people. Hence Proctor. Yeah, famous. I don't think he's going to be working as an officer ever again. Maybe I'll be wrong. So just reading a little bit. Lori won't have to wear any handcuffs or leg restraints, but she's gonna wear a stun belt. So if she tries to run, they will shock her. Wondering how noticeable that will be. I'm not sure I've ever seen anybody wear that in court. I watched that one. I thought that was pretty funny. That's what I was thinking. That would make sense. A 100%. Like, this is what you chose to do, so this is what it is. And I didn't understand, she wasn't waiving the speedy trial, and she's gonna be in prison for the rest of her life. So what does it matter? But what we do know is after that, there's been an interview that aired, which I still need to get up on my page. But just her going on about that during this trial, she and Chad will be exonerated and released from prison. Because Jesus told her, so. Whoa, 3 women? Whoa, I didn't know that. Oh my gosh. I'm fact checking everything you say, and you're right. 13 men and 3 women. That is crazy. I wonder why. Yeah. Well, I still think that's crazy. Maybe more of the women were going into it having feelings on it, and maybe the guys weren't. So it's just more guys. Yeah, I think it's a good thing that you didn't watch the other ones. And with this being a completely different issue, I don't think they can bring up at all about the other trial. Yeah, I believe it's mostly what you just said, Barbara, that they don't tell people till the end because otherwise they just wouldn't care or listen. I know in the Sarah Boone trial, they did the alternates, and the people who were picked and didn't get to go and deliberate, they actually still came to court every single day, even for, the verdict and sentencing, because they were bummed that they couldn't be involved with the group still. Well, knowing her, she's going to be the one to open the door since she's playing lawyer. I'll just give a warning since it should be starting soon, but I do have to at some point go get Melody. So I'll be back off for just a little bit at some point. It's gonna be interesting seeing Lori try to do it all, although she has an attorney that's sitting next to her to help her. But there's too many chances that she could ruin it for herself if she's the one standing up and giving a speech. Exactly. Yes, Barbara. I'm telling you, and there's going to be so many opportunities to mess it up for herself. Or she could go into like a whole thing about it and then talk about how, but I had a dream, I was with Jesus and it's okay, so it's okay now. Like she could start going to some crazy things. And then I don't know if her helper attorney would be able to stand up and stop her. It'd be very interesting. That's what the judge said, Jeffrey? The judge said that if any point she starts to do that, because he's letting her do it, even so in the other trial, she was told no, that she can't represent herself. And he said if she starts doing that, they will determine that just like last time, that she would be a hindrance to herself and they would take the right away and she would not be able to, and the attorney takes over. So they're going into it letting her, but if she messes it up at all, the other attorney takes over. And yeah, I thought that was very interesting for her last trial. It wasn't that she had a psych evaluation and they said, oh no, she's not mentally fit. She passed it. It was the lawyers who said, no, she's not mentally fit to do it because she is saying all these things and it's a hindrance and it's kind of crazy talk and it can't happen. So it was her own lawyers that stopped it from happening. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It'll be entertaining at least. They took away the 2 o'clock and changed it to court is on lunch. They're going to end up coming back right when I have to go get my daughter. I hate that they're so late for every single break. Yes. Yeah, he was done. And then they went on lunch. Unless I got that last name wrong. The girl and the guy went, and now they're done on lunch. Bad, the girl. I don't know why I thought it was the guy. I would be shocked if they're talking about taking the stand with Monica and that's why they're still at lunch. I don't think that's happening. I want it to, I just don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, Salty, I agree. I think there's definitely been a couple times that it was not needed to call back in people. All right, I'm going to move this down. All right, I'll be back. Since they're not back yet, there's a chance I'll get back before they do. It's always a game with them. I will be back in about 15 minutes.
And also present, good afternoon. You know Christine. She's our afternoon court reporter. She has
Please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat and witness stand. And for the record, state and spell your first and last name, please.
My full name is Ann Chalid Spong. It's ANNCHALLED -SPONG.
Ms. Spong, could you tell us what your occupation is?
I'm a senior forensic scientist and assistant lab director at Technical Associates.
You need to get the mic up. Yeah.
I don't know if this is there.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
I'm a senior forensic scientist and assistant lab director at Technical Associates, Inc.
And what is Technical Associates Inc.?
It's a company. We're in Ventura County. We're a crime lab, and also we do consultation with attorneys, for education and to help them with their cases.
And can you tell us briefly what your background and education experience is in the area? DNA comparison?
I have a bachelor's in biology from UCSD. I have a master's degree in criminalistics from Cal State LA. When I started at the company, I had extensive training for 2 or 3 years in DNA testing, evidence exam, and I've been doing this since 1993, and I attend yearly meetings, California Association of Criminalistics, and also we've been doing, since the pandemic, webinars put on by various forensic groups.
And have you ever testified as an expert in the field of DNA comparison?
Yes.
About how many times?
I'd say between 8 and 12.
Okay, in state and federal court or just state court?
Just state.
And how many comparisons have you done on behalf of either defense attorneys or other agencies?
I would say 500 to 1,000.
Okay. Did I ask you in 2017 or 18 to examine a shoe, a tennis shoe, from the case of the People versus Monica Sementilli?
Yes. And
did you bring that shoe with you?
Yes.
I'm going to put a photograph on the screen at Exhibit 625. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same shoe you have with you?
Yes.
Could you show us the shoe?
Sure. I have to break the evidence seal. Does anybody have scissors? Probably not in the court.
This is a full-service court, ma'am.
Excellent. Thank you.
Do you need any gloves, Ms. Bond?
I brought a pair with me.
Thank you.
This is usually not how we do it. We'll cut another slit in it, so we have the original evidence tape. I just brought a pair of shoes, and when I examined the left shoe, there was a blood stain, so, as you can see now.
You said the left shoe had a blood stain?
Yes.
And did we ask you to compare, determine if there's any DNA that you were able to compare from that blood stain with a DNA match or DNA from a police laboratory that we provided you from the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes. We examined the shoe, confirmed that it was human blood. We swabbed the shoe and put it through DNA testing, processed it for DNA.
And what did we supply you from the Los Angeles Police Department?
Several reports, and in one of the reports it had a profile of Robert Baker's DNA profile, basically.
And did you compare that profile with the profile you obtained from the blood on the shoe
Yes,
you
I
had
did.
before you?
Yes, I did.
And what was the results of your comparison?
It was a single source profile, and the stain, the blood in the stain appears to originate from Robert Baker.
And we often hear figures given as to what the figures are, the odds are of it being Mr. Baker's as opposed to someone else's. Do you have any
Yes.
thoughts about that or testimony?
Our calculations say it's 5.26 quintillion times more likely that it's his blood versus a blood from an unknown person.
And where was that blood found?
On the left shoe, on the inner, I guess on the right side, towards the ball of the foot. So it's on the right side of the shoe.
Was that the only blood stain you located and examined from that shoe?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Steve Van Cross.
Thank you. So since '93, you've only testified 8 to 12 times?
Yes.
Has Mark Taylor managed to get the laboratory accredited yet?
No.
Given that, I assume you haven't done any work for the prosecution.
We've done internal investigation for police departments.
That's different than doing work for the prosecution, right?
Correct. Yes.
So the lab has been operating, Technical and Associates, since when now?
Oh, the mid to late 80s.
And why has the lab not yet been able to gain an accreditation?
You'd have to ask Mark Taylor that, but
But you said that you're the assistant lab director.
yes,
So why, again, is your laboratory not yet accredited?
he would like, he's pretty much the gatekeeper, so any protocols we develop, we've developed many protocols, but there are other more intense documentation that you have to go through.
Right.
And we're almost there, but
He's been saying
We
that,
had
though, for like 20 years.
Yes, you can finish. Let her finish the statement. I'm sorry.
Yes, but we do follow all the guidelines.
Swig down?
Yes.
But again, as you said, to be an accredited lab, you have to go through various stages of documentation and allow in a third-party accreditation body that comes in and does internal audits.
Correct.
And your lab doesn't do that, right?
No.
So nobody comes in to check to see if the work that's being done in your laboratory, independent of you within the lab, no independent verification is done, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, I think you said you are a member of CAC.
I'm not a member.
Oh, you're not even a member. Do you
I was a
go
member.
to the meetings?
She did, I thought.
She did. She said she's not a member. Do you go to their meetings?
Yes.
Do you go to ISHI?
No. I actually have been to one.
You've only been to one meeting of the International Symposium on Human Identification that every qualified DNA expert in this country and in every other country attend every year?
Objection, no foundation argument.
It's a stand on the second ground.
You don't go to ISHI? Okay.
It's overruled.
Could I answer?
You said you've been to one, right? Was that your answer?
Yes.
Okay. But you attend webinars of other organizations?
Yes.
Okay. So, besides the tennis shoe, first of all, let me ask you, how was this tennis shoe and its mate packaged when it was first delivered to you?
In a bag, a plastic bag.
In a plastic bag?
Yes.
Okay. And was it packaged within the plastic bag, the shoes separately, or were they both in there together?
No, they were together.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that that's probably not the best protocol for how to package items of evidence if you're going to submit them for DNA testing?
Correct.
Because when you do that, you run the risk of the fact that if the items are not separately packaged, that you could transfer DNA.
Yes.
And so then that skews your results, right?
Correct.
And does your lab have any protocols in place for not accepting items of evidence for DNA testing when items are not submitted per an appropriate DNA protocol?
No.
Okay. Do you know where this shoe came from?
No.
Did you do any testing for wearer's DNA? And do you understand what I mean when I say
Yes.
wearer's DNA? What is wearer's DNA?
DNA from a habitual wearer, somebody who wore the shoes.
Which in this case would be from where?
The interior of the shoe.
Are you asking or are you?
The interior of the shoe.
Okay. Which areas?
Usually you'll do the edge of the heel and down in the heel
Okay.
area.
In the hopes that you might be able to get epithelial cells, skin cells, or cells from sweat, things of that nature from the person that wears the shoe?
Yes.
And so did you do any swabs of the interior of the areas of this particular shoe
No.
or its mate?
No.
Okay. Well, given that you didn't know where the shoe came from, was that not important to you to be able to identify perhaps who had worn this shoe?
That was not requested.
Is there some type of format for submission of evidence, in other words, like if you were to deal with an accredited lab where you would have the person that's requesting the testing, they would submit a request form that would contain information as to the relevant circumstances that are attributed to the particular item of evidence being tested, so you know what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, were you given any information that there was some belief that perhaps there was some type of a racquetball injury?
Yes.
So were you given other items of evidence to test other than this shoe and its mate?
Yes.
And did that include a racket?
Yes.
Did that include 2 rackets?
Yes.
And did you do any examination of those items?
Yes.
And what did you do with respect to the 2 rackets?
Well, you examine one at a time. I photographed them and tried to look for stains that possibly could be blood.
When you say tried to, how did you do that?
Visually.
Did you use a microscope to aid you in that? Or
No.
did you just use your human eye?
Human eye.
Okay. And did you use any type of testing measure, like a phenolphthalein test, for the indication of blood?
Yes, I tested several areas with, we use orthotolidine.
Okay. Similar.
Yes.
And did you find any indications of blood on the 2 rackets?
No.
Not on either one.
No.
So I assume once you have a negative indicator for blood, those items wouldn't be carried through to DNA testing.
Correct.
Okay. So the only item that you had a positive indicator for blood would have been the shoe that you're showing us here?
Correct.
And that would be, you said, on
On the right side of the left shoe?
right here, right?
Correct.
So you did a swab of that area
Yes.
with a clean swab with some type of saline solution to wet it?
Yes, a sterile swab, and then we use sterile reagent water.
Okay. And then you took it through the PCR process?
Correct.
Okay. And at this time, when you did your testing back in 2017, the test kits were much smaller than what we have now, correct? Or do you guys still use Identifiler?
No, we don't use Identifiler.
That's what you used, though, in this case back
Yes.
then? Okay.
Yes.
And that gives you 15 different markers as well as amylogenin, the gender marker, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you do anything else once you did that?
No, I developed a profile and I compared it to Mr. Baker's profile. And then when you have that, you have to attach some significance to it, and that's where the statistics come in.
Right. So, and now I assume you guys use likelihood ratios.
Yes.
Okay. So, I lost my train of thought. When you did the testing back in, was it 2017?
Yes.
Did you find any blood stains or anything that tested positive for biological evidence on the right shoe as you did on the left shoe?
No.
And then I believe you said you were provided with reports from another lab.
Correct.
Would that be LAPD's lab?
Yes.
Does your lab have any protocols in place in terms of making comparisons between your unknown or evidence sample stain to the known sample?
Protocols?
Yes. For instance, LAPD, they have to develop the profile for the reference sample themselves before
Yes.
anybody is going to be able to testify to somebody else's work. Did you guys develop a reference sample for Robert Baker?
We did not test a reference sample from Robert Baker.
Were you provided with a reference sample for Robert Baker?
We were provided the profile in
Again.
a report.
Were you provided with a reference sample? Do you know what I'm saying when I say reference sample? Does that make
Yes,
sense to you? Okay.
yes.
Were you provided with a reference sample?
No.
Okay. Did you ask for a portion of a reference sample?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, you did the work on this case, right?
Yes.
So when you say you don't believe so, do you have your notes, your lab file with you?
Yes.
Can you look in your lab file to answer that question affirmatively one way or the other?
I did not request a reference sample,
So,
an independent reference sample.
okay. Well, you didn't request any reference sample, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you made a comparison between the profile that you developed for the evidence sample to a reference profile that another lab created.
Correct.
And so you don't have any protocols in place about having to develop the reference sample in-house before you're allowed to make comparisons?
We would prefer to, yes.
Yeah. But you didn't.
No.
And so, again, you don't have those type of protocols in-house because, again, your lab doesn't require that.
No.
When you said you'd prefer to, did you ever reach out to LAPD or to Defense Counsel and say, hey, you know, the standard, the industry standard, the gold standard, what's recommended by SWGDAN is that we develop the reference sample ourselves if we're going to make comparisons between an evidence sample to a reference sample?
Correct.
You didn't do that?
No.
Okay. But you could have, right?
Oh, yes.
I assume you've done that before.
Oh,
right?
yes. That's pretty much our standard protocol.
But you deviated from the standard in this case.
I wouldn't say deviate.
Well, if you said that's your standard profile and you did something other than the standard, wouldn't that be a deviation?
Well, usually we're doing retesting of evidence, and a lot of times we'd like to make sure that the police agency has used the correct reference sample, or haven't mixed anything up.
Okay, I'm
So
going to
we-
check. That answer is non-responsive.
Check, Your Honor. How do we know?
It's not responsive. Sustained.
Move to strike, please. Okay, again. So you said that the standard that you would like, which is the standard that's recommended of all laboratories by SWGDAN that are doing DNA testing, is that you develop the reference sample that you're going to make your comparison to from your evidence sample in-house, and you said that's your standard and that's what you prefer to do. Correct?
Correct.
And then I asked if you did that here. You said no, and I asked you, so then you deviated from what your standard is.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why, in this case, did you deviate from what the standard is and what is recommended by the SWGDAN guidelines that you just told us a few moments ago that your lab follows?
At that time, we did not know who was on the shoe or who could be on the shoe. So then we'd have to request profile, like request DNA or blood or saliva reference from who knows.
But that's what labs do every day, right? You develop an evidence profile. It's called an unknown sample because you don't know who it belongs to, correct?
Correct.
And that at some point subsequent to that and separate from that, you would get reference samples, right? I mean, that's what...
Yes, if
that's
there's
what-
a suspect in the case.
And in this case, there was a suspect in the case, right?
The suspect being Ms. Sementilli.
No. You were asked to make a comparison to someone other than Ms. Sementilli, right?
Well, when we reviewed the when we reviewed the LAPD profiles, we could determine that, yes, this looks like the same person.
Again, I'm going to object. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Stricken.
All right. Let me see if I can say it a different way. You were asked to develop an evidence profile. Yes?
Correct.
If there was one. If you found any biological evidence on any of the items that were submitted to you. Correct?
Correct.
And those items were what?
Well, we would develop a profile if there is some indication that there is some biological material present. And in this case, there was blood present.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
I'm going to allow that to stay.
What items of evidence were submitted to you for your evaluation?
The rackets,
Two.
yes. And
It's overruled.
One was a black and green E-Force lethal reload racquetball racket, correct?
correct.
One was a black and orange E-Force Dark Star racquetball racket.
Correct.
What else?
There were two pairs of shoes. There was this pair and then another pair.
So 4 shoes in total.
Yes.
Did you test any of the shoes for wearer's DNA to determine who they might belong to, or to have independent proof of such fact?
No.
Okay. What else?
Received a backpack.
Okay. An E-Force backpack.
Correct.
Okay. Black.
Yes.
Anything else?
No.
How about a black, white, and blue glove?
That was attached to the backpack.
Right. Is there another glove?
I did not examine that backpack.
Didn't examine it at all.
No.
Did you examine the glove?
No.
There was a second glove also, right?
I believe there were 2 gloves attached to the backpack.
One was black and blue and one was black and red, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you examine either of those gloves?
No.
Okay. You told us you did examine the 2 rackets. Well, you told me about one. Did you examine both rackets?
Yes.
Any biological evidence on either racket?
No indication of blood. I could have, if I swabbed the handle of the racket, there's
For
a good
where?
chance you would
For
find.
like touch DNA?
Correct.
All right. But you didn't do that either?
No. Basically, I was requested to look at these shoes and determine if blood is present, and if it is present, perform the DNA typing.
I understand, but you were provided with a number of items besides this pair of shoes.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so the only testing that you did was on this shoe where you saw an observable stain, I assume.
Correct.
Okay. And then once you had that item and you did your test, which came back positive for blood, and you took it through the DNA, the PCR process, the question then was, what did you do to get a reference sample to compare to?
Objection, that was asked and answered.
That's overruled.
We had, by looking at the past testing performed by LAPD, we determined that the profile on the shoe was the same or consistent with the profile of Mr. Baker's, of the profile of Mr. Baker.
Okay, so you did not do anything to obtain a reference sample?
We did not do independent testing of the reference sample.
So you were provided with how many reference profiles?
There was one from the victim. There was one from Mr. Baker. There was one from Christopher Austin. There was one from Ms. Sementilli. And I believe that's all the reference samples.
Well, you weren't
we
given a
received.
reference sample, let's be clear. You were given a reference profile.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to make sure that we're using the correct terminology, right?
Yes.
That's important when we're talking about science, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you were given reference profiles for 4 individuals that were created, produced, processed by LAPD.
Correct.
And then you looked at the profile and made a visual comparison to what? The alleles they called?
Can you specify the profile? Is it the profile on the shoe, or is it the profile?
Well, you only developed one.
Correct. So it's
So
the
we don't need to
profile
talk,
on the shoe.
I think it's fairly clear, right? We're only talking about one evidence
Okay.
sample, right?
Yes.
Okay. So again, when you made a comparison to the profiles that were created by LAPD, did you just do that visually?
Well, yes. You look at, you develop, okay, the profiles are based on certain locations on the DNA.
Yes.
And they each have a name, and then they
Yes.
have the number.
TPOX, CSF.
Yes.
Your Honor, this Zilberman wants to
That's
testify
correct.
as an expert.
Ms. Zimmerman, you got to let her finish her answer.
I'd be happy to.
Okay, so
I'm
The-
sorry. Did you address me?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
okay, so in these typing kits, these testing systems, I believe LAPD, I think they might use, I don't know if it's Global Filer or Fusion.
Now. Fusion
Yes,
16.
correct. Correct.
So let her talk uninterrupted.
Go ahead.
I believe back then they used Identifiler. Another lab did testing, Pure Gold Forensics, and I believe they use probably Promega Fusion 6C. But anyway, even though one kit tests more loci, there are core loci that the FBI develops or recommends for the CODIS system, which is the combined index of
May I, Your Honor?
Anyway, it's the profiles that they put in to a system that has offender profiles. Anyway, those are the core loci. Right now, I think they're 20. And there were 13. And now, anyway, there's more than 13 right now. So anyway, I compared the profiles at each location across the board, and they all matched.
Okay. When you were talking about the combined index, what were you referring to? I asked, the question was, did you make a comparison to a profile provided by LAPD? When
Yes.
you mentioned the combined index, what were you referring to?
Oh, I was trying to kind of specify which locations, well, I was trying to explain that the kits in use look at the same locations, and so I was able to provide or compare at each of those loci.
I'm sorry, I think something might have fallen.
The scissors are there.
They're in your, I think, in your bag. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't cut yourself. Okay. So that really has nothing to do with
No,
the
it
area I
was
was
just
asking
an
you about.
example.
Okay. I think when you talked about the combined index, are you talking about CODIS?
Yes.
Do you know what CODIS stands for?
Not off the top of my head.
Isn't that the database that the entire country uses to make comparisons to evidence samples?
Yes, to convicted offenders.
Well, there's different parts of the database.
Well,
right?
yes, there's forensic unknowns, which is evidence, and then there are convicted offender profiles in there, among other profiles.
Missing persons.
Correct.
Okay. Combined
And also,
DNA index system, would that be the?
correct.
Okay.
You're right. But I want to say that private labs do not have access to the CODIS system.
You have to contract with an accredited
You can either
crime lab in order to upload samples, correct?
That depends on the state or local agency. Not all accredited labs have contracts with state and local agencies, so they, even though accredited, they cannot search the CODIS system.
Okay.
I have to interrupt you. So time, if this is not a CODIS case, this is
It is
irrelevant.
not.
Let's proceed, please.
Yes. All right. So, again, my original question was, you made a comparison to reference profiles that were done by another agency.
Correct.
Okay. And again, my question was, did you do that by visually comparing the data? As I mentioned, I think the first time, it was the alleles at the different loci to your evidence profile.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Did you look at not just the alleles that were called, but any of the raw data that supported it?
Yes.
Would that include things such as an electropharogram?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you made a comparison, and from that, that's how you got your conclusion in this case, that the blood stain, I think you said, was a single source profile.
Correct.
That was consistent with the reference profile developed by LAPD.
Correct.
Okay. Were you told that the blood was, or that the Mr. Levine was looking to see if there was any blood relating to a racquetball injury? Or were you provided any information about how the blood was deposited?
I did hear about the racquetball injury,
Okay.
and that is why I examined the racquetball rackets.
The two rackets.
Correct.
But there was no blood on either.
I did not observe any blood, and through my presumptive testing, I did not, nothing tested positive.
Okay. So again, the answer is right. Correct. There was no blood, no biological evidence that you could see.
Correct.
Okay. And so at that point, you were done with the work that you were asked to complete on this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And after you were done with that, and you attributed, as we talked about, the statistical analysis, does DNA provide any information as to how the DNA was deposited?
No.
Does DNA testing provide any information as to when the DNA
No.
is deposited?
No, we cannot tell that.
And so you aren't able to tell us when this particular stain was deposited, correct? No. Were you also given information that in this case, an individual who might have been wearing this shoe may have kneeled down in an area where there was blood?
Well, I'm going to object. This is speculation, no foundation.
That's what she was told. It's overruled.
No.
If somebody were to kneel down while they're wearing a shoe such as this in an area that contains blood, would blood likely or possibly be transferred from that area onto a shoe like this?
Transfer is possible, yes.
Okay. And the DNA testing process, again, doesn't tell you how the DNA is deposited,
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Anything further by the defense?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Arm's getting tired.
Bob, you were given a specific request, is that correct?
Correct.
To examine some items and determine if there was blood, correct?
Correct.
And if there was, to compare it to a profile that you obtained from LAPD, correct?
Correct.
Did you assume that the profile from LAPD was correctly obtained and was in fact accurate?
Yes.
And when you compared it to the blood on the shoe, it matched Mr. Baker, correct?
Correct.
But you were also given 3 other individuals to compare the blood on the shoe to, correct?
Correct.
The victim, Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
The defendant, Monica Sementilli, correct?
Correct.
And a person named Christopher Austin, correct?
Correct.
And you got those names from LAPD, correct?
Yes.
They had also compared, well, you don't know how they got those profiles, or do you?
I know, well,
You know how they got the one from the victim
yes.
and from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how they got it from Mr. Austin?
Yes.
How?
It was a surreptitious sample. That means they don't, the person giving the sample doesn't know they're giving the sample. And in this case, it was a mask.
It was what?
It was a mask.
Mask.
Like,
Okay,
you
so
know,
they got
during
it from,
COVID times, we wore masks.
or a mask that could be worn during the course of a robbery, or
Yes.
let's see. Now, the only positive comparison matched Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you document how you performed your comparison to the blood on the shoe?
Yes.
Do you document what you do to reach your conclusion?
Yes.
Are those protocols and other things that you go through in order to make or to examine the item and compare it with the reference item and see if there's a match? Are those called protocols?
Yes. It's an interpretation.
In other words, do you document everything you do in reaching your conclusion?
Yes.
And in this case, do you recall that I informed you that Ms. Silverman and the prosecution in this case was requesting all the protocols you followed, everything you did in this case, to be sent to them so they could, I assume, review it and see if it was done properly.
Well, I'm going to object. That assumes facts, not in evidence, and
Sustained.
also calls for hearsay and speculation.
Sustained on the first and third grounds.
Did you forward all the protocols and all the steps you took in reaching your conclusion on my request to the district attorney's office in Los Angeles?
I supplied 3 CDs to you, one, or 2 CDs to you. One is for your information, and then you should have forwarded the other one to the DA's office. We don't send things directly to the DA.
Okay. Will the district attorney's office stipulate that I forwarded that one of the CDs to them? I don't hear a response. I assume the answer is no.
Generally, those things are done out of the presence of the jury, so no.
I apologize. I will address that later. In any event, everything that you did was forwarded to me so I could forward it to whoever I wanted to double check the accuracy of what you were doing. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you know where the shoe that you have and is depicted in Exhibit 625 came from?
No.
You don't know if it was obtained from a photograph taken by LAPD or anything else, do you?
I know it wasn't collected by LAPD.
Because we gave it to you, correct?
Correct.
So you located a drop of blood on one of the shoes, is that right?
I'm going to object. Cumulative.
Sustained.
Have you ever been contacted by the district attorney's office or LAPD to supply you with any additional information concerning how you conducted your examination?
I don't believe so. I know a letter was sent specifying things that they want to look at.
So
I don't know if it directly came to us or if it came through your office.
But you got a letter from LAPD,
Not LAPD.
district attorney's office,
District Attorney.
and it contained a list of the items they were requesting, correct?
Correct.
And you prepared discs containing those items, correct?
Correct.
And you turned over those discs to me for what you believe would be my forwarding it to the district attorney's office.
Correct.
Did you ever receive any information in return indicating that your comparison had been improperly performed or had reached the wrong conclusion or both?
No.
Were you asked to redo it to make sure that it was done accurately?
No.
You were not supplied, were you, with any reference samples from LAPD?
No.
You were just supplied the profile of those 4 individuals, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to see if any of those 4 individuals' profiles matched. First, determine if there was blood on the shoe, and you determined there was, correct?
Correct.
It's all cumulative again.
It is.
Well, it's following cross-examination, Your Honor.
That doesn't change the cumulative aspects. That goes to ask and answer.
Okay. And in fact, well, you don't know how long or what period of time that shoe, the blood was on that shoe, do you?
No.
And you don't know how it got there, correct?
No.
You don't know how long the racket or where the racket was before it was supplied to you or the backpack, correct?
No.
You don't know if it had been cleaned, washed, or in any way handled in any other way, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know if the shoe had been cleaned or washed in any way, correct?
Correct.
All you know is that of all the items, you found blood on one of the shoes, right?
Yes.
And you've given us the result of your comparison.
Yes.
One moment, all right.
I really hope the state is gonna,
Thank you
I'm
very
sorry,
much,
the
Ms.
defense
Bond.
is gonna rest.
I'm sure there'll be more questions.
Anything further?
Just briefly, when were you provided with a reference sample for Mr. Austin?
Can I look at my files?
Sure.
Counsel, using your own words, you mean reference profile, to your own words, or reference sample?
She said reference sample, so
All
I'm
right.
just asking her when she got it.
Very good.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I thought the answer was that you got profile.
Well, apparently it was a good answer.
We got several rounds of discovery because LAPD did a lot of testing, and also a lab called Pure Gold Forensics. So,
I'm sorry, Pure Gold Forensics? That has
Correct.
nothing to do with the LAPD, right? Or did you get reference samples from them?
I got discovery. Well, actually, I don't think they. Well, I'd have to look back at the discovery, but I think they used the same profiles that we did
Okay, Your
from
Honor,
the
I'm gonna-
LAPD.
All of that, again, was non-responsive.
Stricken.
I don't. Well,
Take your time,
I
whenever
can
you find it, just
see
let us know. You don't have to describe it as you're looking
when
through it.
we've. Okay. 2013.
Were you able to find what you referred to? When you answered Mr. Levine's question that you were given a reference profile for Mr. Austin? Or a reference sample for that matter?
It was after March of 2017. I believe.
Sometime probably after 2021, 2022 maybe even?
Well, the last LAPD report that we received, a lot
And
of
when
reports.
you say that the last LAPD report that you received, that would be from Mr. Levine, correct? You're not getting anything
Correct.
directly from LAPD, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It was a report dated April 24th, 2023,
Okay.
and it references the testing of a medical mask.
Okay. So April 4th of 2023, does that sound about right to you according to whatever you're looking at there, some documentation?
Their report was published April 24th, 2023. I can check and see when we received discovery.
It would be after that date, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So sometime after April of 2023 is when you received, I'm assuming, as the court correctly pointed out, a reference profile for Mr. Austin, correct?
I'm sorry. I wanted to confirm that we received the discovery on July 7th, 2023.
Okay. July 7th of 2023 is when you received the LAPD report
Correct.
containing Mr. Austin's profile?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then you also said you received a letter from the DA. Did I ever send you a letter?
It would have come through Mr. Levine.
Again, did I ever send you a letter? You have anything in my name?
Yes. Let me. Okay, July 3rd, 2019. I talked to Mr. Levine. He had called in, and I wasn't there. He asked if he had heard from the DA's office. No. He asked
Your Honor,
if we
I'm
sent
sorry.
the discovery.
If you could just,
It's,
again,
It is not responsive.
move to strike. Ma'am? Ms. Fong? Did
Yes.
I ever send you a letter?
we received some sort of request, and
You said that you answered a question from Mr. Levine that you received a letter from the DA. So my question to you is, did I ever send you a letter? And wouldn't that letter be contained within your discovery file?
not necessarily in the discovery file.
So if someone were to request the discovery file relating to a particular case, it wouldn't have all of the documentation and communications relevant to that particular case file?
In the discovery or in communications with attorneys?
Again, wouldn't any, if you look at an LAPD file, which you said you got, I'm assuming you saw that there are numerous emails that discuss what's being done. Everything relating to the work on that case is contained within their discovery package so that everybody knows
Yes,
everything.
but they work for the prosecution and we work for defense,
I
and they
understand.
have different burdens. This would be privileged information, any contact between an investigator or an attorney.
Okay. So again,
Can we approach briefly?
What are we thinking about this expert witness? Missed part of her opening, but so far, from what I see, it is going downhill. I completely agree. And the state is just tearing her apart. Has it started back up raining where you are? It had stopped for a little bit here, but it's slowly getting darker. So it's gonna be here soon, probably. You have the sun. Well, I'm jealous. I'm actually looking to see what time it's supposed to start for me. Earlier it showed that we have rain every day for the next week. Oh, Barbara, you might live near us then. Or at least in the same path.
That any communications with the witness were from my office, not from Ms. Silver.
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything further?
Yes, did I forward to you request from the district attorney's office to me to
Yes.
forward back to me all the protocols and all the steps you took in reaching your conclusion?
Yes.
And did you forward all those items to me?
Yes. I actually found the letter from Ms. Silverman to you requesting the
Fine.
discovery.
Could you provide me with that letter? Thank you. And I wonder if this could be marked next in order.
There's no need to have that marked as at all.
Pardon?
There's no need to mark that at all.
Well, I'll wait.
Can I see it?
So your communications were not directly with the district attorney's office, they were through my office.
Correct.
That it included a letter from the district attorney's office
Correct.
that you just provided me.
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything further?
Yeah, the letter was provided to you by Mr. Levine, but it's on my letterhead, right?
Correct.
And it's addressed to Mr. Levine, not to you.
Correct.
And it's not addressed to anybody at your laboratory, correct?
Let me take a look.
My letterhead, LA County District Attorney's
I
Office.
thought we just stipulated to that, Your Honor.
No, you asked a question. Major Crimes Division,
Then
right?
this question is
My name.
irrelevant.
And it's addressed to Mr. Levine, asking for a standard discovery,
Yeah.
correct?
I'm sorry. Don't have
Discovery.
Ma'am, there's an objection. That's
sorry.
pending. Sustained. It's irrelevant.
This is a letter that was sent to Mr. Levine, correct?
Correct.
Again, irrelevant.
Sustained.
I have nothing further.
Anything? Ms. Levine?
No,
Thank you, ma'am. You are excused.
Thank you.
Why don't we go ahead and take our inquiry? Do you have a witness present?
Well, I just picked the call of Detective Roberts, but
I need to give the jury a break along with my staff. Let's take a I want, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. Let's limit this to 10 minutes. This case is wrapping up quickly. I want to see it wrapped up. The evidence applies. See you back here in 10 minutes.
Wrapping up quickly. Not even a funny joke. It's been going on forever. Yeah, Barbara, you are in the same pathway that we are. Although mine kind of gets different because we're after Lake Michigan, so we get a lot of lake effect things, like more snow and stuff. And it's supposed to start back up here in 40 minutes. So I'm happy that we got this all done today. If you weren't with us the other day, a storm had knocked out my power for almost 3 days. It was horrible. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Since we're on a little break, I sent this to myself so I could pull it up on the break to show you guys. Okay, for some of you, this is old news, so sorry if you already know about it. If you remember her, we watched most of her trial, maybe the whole thing. It's thundering here, so never mind. I bet it won't even wait until 7. She was found guilty, 24, of killing her mom. She used a pan and then switched to a knife. But let me get to where it says. Evidently, here it is. Evidently, it was a reverse conviction regarding that the judge presiding over the murder trial last year erred in refusing to allow Powell to call an expert witness to rebuttal the expert. So basically, they broke a rule, and because of that, she's going to get another trial. Very interesting. I don't think it will help her. I think they're still going to find her guilty, but she gets one more chance. My girls have spring break next week. I'm just hoping the weather will be nice and actually warm up. It will be awful for them if it's raining every day. Yeah, I'm in the Michiana area, basically on the border of Indiana and Michigan. We did. I am jealous of your warm weather.
Mr. Levine?
Yeah, we need to be called on for 1 minute.
Bond, please take a stand. You're still under oath. Yeah, you may take a stand, please. Yes, please.
Ms. Vaughn, when you have your gloves on, could you open the bag and take out the shoe that's depicted in the lid? Ms. Vaughn. May that be marked, Your Honor, as people's defendants next to murder?
Yes, the shoe will be marked as 638. Ma'am? Can you have a seat, please?
I have no further questions.
Anything about you? Thanks. You're excused. Please leave the shoe. Leave the shoe with counsel. You're sorry to do it.
We did. Thank you.
Here comes your next witness.
Detective Roberts.
Detective Roberts, welcome back. You are still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, Detective Roberts, are you familiar with the search warrant that was prepared in this case? One of the names on it was Eric Daniel Salter. Can you see that?
Are you asking me if I'm familiar with the search warrant or the name?
Both.
Oh, okay. I'd have to look at the face sheet of the search warrant just to see which one it is.
I believe it was at the time of the arrest, or am I mistaken?
Okay. Ramey warrant, new residence. Okay. Yes, I'm familiar with both.
Okay. And in the affidavit for the search warrant of Mr. Salter, it refers to approximately 624 communications between Mr. Baker and Mr. Salter. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that accurately reflect the number of calls between Mr. Salter and Mr. Baker that was determined by LAPD in the course of this investigation.
Yes,
And it was one of the reasons why the search warrant was issued for Mr. Salter, correct?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Thank you. So did the search warrant accurately reflect the affidavit, the number of calls between Mr. Baker and Mr. Salter as the third most frequent caller from January 3, 2016 through February 1, 2017 involving Mr. Baker.
Captain Harrison. Right, I didn't write the search warrant, and I didn't verify that, but I have no reason to believe that it would be correct information.
Well, the search warrant affidavit is signed under the penalty of perjury, correct?
Correct.
By one of the detectives or officers involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And to just make sure the record's clear, Mr. Salter was eliminated as any possible suspect in this case based on all the evidence in this case, correct?
Correct.
But the number of calls is accurate, correct? As far as you know.
As far as I know.
Okay. When you took over the investigation of this case, did you review the chronological record that had been prepared by the detectives that preceded you?
I did.
And is that commonly called the murder book? Or not?
The chrono.
Or is
the
it
chrono?
part of the murder book?
The chrono is part of the murder book.
Can you tell us briefly what a chron record is?
It's typically a record of significant things that were done during an investigation. Some detectives like to put everything in a chrono, and some detectives prefer to just put things that were significant to them that they want to remember later. It's up to the individual detective how extensive the chronological record is.
But as far as you know, does the chronological record accurately reflect what was done by the detectives involved in the investigation of this case?
Well, I'm going to object. I would assume facts not in evidence and possible speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you participated in the preparation of chronological records, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Of my cases, yes.
Well, this is one of your cases, correct?
Yes, I completed a chrono for the work that I did on the case.
And at the time that you took over, there was a chron record of the work that had been done previously, correct?
There was one that was completed by the detectives from Valley Bureau, and there was another one that was completed by detectives Gable and Tellis.
All right, I'm showing you what's called labeled a chronological record, and it's got the date of 2/21/17 on it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know who prepared that?
It would be helpful if I had the second page to this.
Okay. I think I can produce that for you in a few seconds. I'm going to show it to you just to refresh your memory on the computer.
Sure.
If you could review that.
Okay.
Tell me if that refreshes your memory as to...
Well, I'm going to object to the form of the question. She hasn't said she needs her memory.
She said it would help if she could view it. I think if that's a requirement.
Okay. This chrono is not prepared the way I would normally do it, in that I do mine in the first person, so you know, if I personally did something, I say I did it. And typically detectives will do that, or at the end of their log entry, they'll put their initials and serial number. So I'm not sure if Parshall or Verna did this entry.
But it was one of them.
I can't say. I can't say that. I would assume that it would be them because it's their chrono, but I can't say for sure that it was, because they don't indicate that they're the persons that made this entry.
So that means you would not rely on anything that is in that chron log?
I would verify it with Parshall and Verna if I had a question about this, if this was something that that was significant in something that I needed, information I needed, and it was going to be something that I testified to, I would have reached out to Parshall, which of course now we couldn't, or Detective Verna to clarify this information.
Did you ever do that? Did you ever verify that any of the items, any of the information, which is, how many pages are there for the entry of February 17, 2017?
I did not reach out to them and ask them who completed this chrono entry.
Did you accept it as accurate?
Your Honor, I object. At this point, it's irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you rely on it at all in continuing your investigation?
I would need to read the entire entry just to make sure.
Would you do so?
Sure.
Thank you. You can tell me anything on there that you believe is inaccurate.
I'm going to object that it calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, let's start at the beginning. It says Marshall and Verna met.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as well. Reading from the record.
That's correct. Sustained. The last question remains unanswered, which is, would you rely on this? That's when Detective Roberts said, I'd like to read the whole thing. And that's where we left it.
You said you had to read the whole thing to determine if you would rely on it.
On just this page, I don't know if you want me to continue on if your question is this page, but this page, I don't have any, I wouldn't question this page.
Okay.
I would rely on this page. Do you want me to continue?
No.
Okay.
I just wanted you to read as long as you needed to determine if you would rely on it.
Well, the information on this page, if you're going to ask me questions on this page, I don't have any questions or concerns about this page.
Okay, and it indicates at the halfway or three-quarters to the bottom that a photograph was taken by Detective Parshall. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know what happened to that photograph?
Well, I don't know what photograph he's referring to of the shoes. I know I've seen a photograph of shoes.
Well, if it indicates in the Quran that he photographed running shoes allegedly worn the night of the murder by Ms. Sementilli, would that photograph be, during the regular course of business of the LAPD, put into evidence?
It would.
I mean, put into, taken as property and booked as evidence or potential evidence in the case?
Your Honor, at this point, it's just hearsay.
That would be what I would do.
And then it would be, in the normal course of a prosecution, discovered to the defense. Is that correct?
Again.
This witness cannot answer that.
Do you know whether or not Exhibit 365, 625, got it close, is the photograph that was taken by Detective Parshall as referenced in the chronological record?
I do not.
And how would you go about determining if it became relevant to your investigation where the photograph of that shoe was?
I think that information would have to come from Detective Verna.
Well, would it not be booked into evidence as part of the investigation?
A photo?
Yes.
Taken by a detective? Not necessarily. Photos, individual photos like this, especially if these shoes weren't recovered on that day, would, I mean, for myself, I would print them out and place them within the murder book. It wouldn't be photos. We don't book photos typically as evidence. We place them in the murder book. Just like if a photographer from TSD came out, they take photos, we obtain those photos, and we put them in the murder book.
And the photo is there to document what was seen at the scene of the crime or some other location, right?
You talking about crime scene photos or whatever photos
Yes.
we take? Yeah.
This was a photo taken at the home of the Sementillis, correct?
I can object, but assumes facts not evidence.
Sustained.
Now, how would this photograph end up with the defense and discovery if it was not booked into evidence?
Again, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not all items that are booked into evidence and are relevant to the case are turned over to the defense and discovery? Is that your normal course of habit?
Yes.
Object again, it's not.
The question was that her normal course of habit.
Yes?
Yes, that's the normal course that anything in the murder book is provided to the defense.
Okay. And if this was provided to the defense, would it mean that it was obtained by LAPD?
Not necessarily.
But you would rely on the Cron record to determine where the photograph came from, wouldn't you?
Well, I object, assumes facts not evidence.
Sustained.
It also calls for speculation.
So let me repeat this question. If a photograph was taken of a shoe at a crime scene by LAPD, what would happen to that photograph during the normal course of business of LAPD?
Are you talking about like...
crime scene photographs, where do they go?
They go in the murder book. I mean, it's not that cut and dry because the question that I'm trying to interpret for you is there are crime scene photographers that come out and take official documented crime scene photos that go in, they store with digitally, and then we take a digital copy of those and printouts and give them to the defense, and they go in the murder book. This photo, I think, is different because it wasn't obtained that way. I don't know how it was obtained.
Well, it indicates how it was obtained.
If that's the shoe.
Sustained.
Okay. But if you took a photograph as a detective of an item at a crime scene for a reason that you thought was relevant to the investigation, where would that photograph go?
If I took a photograph that was relevant, that was deemed evidentiary, I would put it in the murder book.
And this page indicates that this photograph was put in a murder book, correct?
Object calls for speculation as to which photograph.
Sustained.
Not agree,
So what you're saying is that to determine whether the photograph in the murder book is the photograph that we have here, you would need to talk to the detective who took it? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
The fact that it was turned over in discovery would not be evidence to you that it was taken during the investigation of this case?
Objection assumes facts not evidence.
Also speculation. Sustained on that ground.
Okay. What would you do as the investigator, if you wanted to obtain the photograph that is referenced in this Cron record?
Objection relevant.
I'll allow that answer.
Where would you look to find it?
Assuming that it's in the murder book already, I guess I don't
Well, you're saying
understand your question.
that's where it would be placed if it was taken, correct? It wouldn't be thrown away.
If
Object asked and answered.
Still rule.
if a detective, and I'm just speaking from my experience, if
Of
it
course.
was something that was relevant to the case and had value as far as evidence, yes, I would place it in the murder book, or if I was looking for something, I would hope that it would be in the murder book.
And when you say place it in the murder book, how is that done?
Take the photo, and well, how I do it is I take the photo and I put it in a protective sleeve, and there's a specific section within the murder book for photographs, and that's where I would put it. And I usually label mine with a title page of what it was, and I also put details about when and how I recovered it.
Okay. And that would be in the murder book, correct?
That's how I would do it, yes.
Well, you reviewed the murder book in this case, correct?
Yes, extensively, yes. There was over 220,000 pages, items within the investigative files, so yes.
I'm talking about the chronological record is not 227,000 pages.
No,
right?
but it's extensive, and I did review it, yes.
Which you would have to do if you were doing your job to see what happened on the case before you took over, correct?
Yes.
So if you wanted to find a photograph referenced in the chronological record, it would be attached to the murder book, correct?
I would hope that it would be in the section where photographs were, yes.
And if it was in some way maintained by LAPD, it would have to be supplied to the prosecution to supply to the defense in normal discovery, correct?
I'm going to object also speculation.
Sustained.
Are you required to turn over the murder book as well as the photographs that are attached to the prosecution and the prosecution of a criminal case that has been filed?
Yes.
And did you do so in this case for all the entries that you submitted to or were involved with?
I did.
And you reviewed all the ones that were done before you, correct?
Objection. Cumulative.
I'll allow this. Still rule.
Is that right?
Yes, I reviewed the murder book and the discovery receipts.
So, how did you go about locating the photograph that is described on this page of the murder book?
Same objection.
That's now to sustain.
Do you know where the murder book is now?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it would be an assumption.
Well, how would you determine where the murder book is now? Would you have to consult with the detectives who are now the active detectives on the case?
Yes.
Okay. And they would know where the murder book is, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
And they, hopefully, if you're saying, what you're describing has been done, any photographs that were taken during the course of the investigation that are mentioned in the murder book would be attached to the murder book, correct?
I would hope so.
Can you get a hold of the murder book or take possession of it now if you had to?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
So, as you sit here now, you have no memory of viewing a photograph described there as having been taken by Detective Parshall?
Objection asked and answered.
Rule.
I have seen this photo before. I don't recall whether it was actually within the murder book or a digital representation of it.
And where have you seen it before?
I've seen it, of course, through the court proceedings. don't recall whether I've seen it within the murder book or my digital copies of the murder book.
Does it refresh
seen
your
it before.
memory looking at the photograph to see if you viewed it before?
No, my memory of that is that I've seen it before, but I don't recall when. I mean, I want to say during the proceedings, because that's the freshest in my mind. I don't have an independent memory of this particular photo.
No, I'm just asking.
Right.
One of the detectives in this case testified there still could be outstanding suspects in this case. You're aware of that, correct?
I'm going to object to relevant.
This time.
This murder book is kept in case it is needed in further investigations into this case, correct?
Correct. We never get rid of murder books.
Okay. It just said you just don't know where it is at this time.
Yes.
All right, Your Honor. I intended to seek the admission of the overhears we've been talking about through this witness, if the court would allow me to do so. Then, Detective Roberts, you have testified previously as to the manner in which overhears were obtained and preserved by LAPD, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, several of them have been played, consisting of several hours of overhears have been played to the jury while you have been on the witness stand, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we have isolated several overhears from the obtained by LAPD during the course of its investigation in this case, and we'd like to.
Objection to counsel testifying.
Well, we'd like to play them at this time, Your Honor.
So the objection is overruled. I'll allow it.
May we do so?
Yes.
We just need Mr. Bob Patterson's computer.
We're waiting. They're adding that to remarks.
Your Honor, may we mark the clips from the 6/29/2017 over here? There's 7 clips as part of Exhibit 6. 632
the flashback.
Well, that's part of 632.
And the transcript as defense next in order.
That'll be 639, and that'll be marked. You 100,000 times relating to transcript still applies.
In the past, there are several different clips, and we have attached the transcripts to each one.
Very good. I don't particularly need it right now, counsel, but sometime I didn't have to mark the copy.
Well, I hear stuff. I hear stuff, but nothing that I don't know. I just, read the letter.
Detective Roberts, the S on the transcript is the Sementilli, and the B is Robert Baker. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Read the letter.
This is Kate Oklahoma,
it's out of hand.
Are we going to be behind that door?
Are we going to what?
Are we going to be behind that door again?
Yes.
So the media can't see us?
Yes. Are you trying to be off camera or on camera? I'm trying to be off camera.
Not the second one.
Huh? I know, man. Oh, are they gonna? Hopefully they'll give you a bail. I'm hoping they'll give you a bail. You've never done anything. You're a housewife. What the fuck are they doing?
I don't think this will be real.
Is that what they told you?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking A. Okay, babe. So we stick with the program, okay?
You just wait.
Okay. Yeah. Just stick with the program. Okay? I'm not going anywhere. I'll fight this shit till I can't fucking stand it no more. But before we can fight, we just gotta get all the information. We just gotta find out what the fuck's going on. It's gonna take a minute. So read my letters.
I'll be third over here, Your Honor.
So just hang there, babe. Just be strong. I need you. Just like you need me. What's the plan for the girls? Are they gonna stay? Are they gonna move?
Depends what happens.
I hope they give you bail. If they offer you bail, are they gonna bail you out?
I don't know. I guess it depends how much it is.
Yeah. I mean, you know.
Just the attorney fees are,
Insane.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going to happen. But if I have to stay here, it'll be months and months.
I know. Trust me, I already know. I'd rather for you to be on the street. So if there's a way to do it, me, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I just want you to be okay. So hopefully, if they give you bail.
Nothing is okay about this. Not for me, not for you.
Say it again.
Nothing is okay about this.
Oh, I know, baby. You're right. I know it's you're right. Especially for you. Especially for you. This is unbelievable. It's fucking believable. It's unbelievable. Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, I know they probably listen to every word. They're probably sitting right outside the door, for all I know. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter. But it does matter. But so much stuff I wanted to tell you. I just gotta wait until the right time.
Okay.
Now the next over here, Your Honor.
First things first. So I have plenty of paper, plenty of stamps. So I'm gonna be writing you, sending you shit. I'm gonna send you some stupid shit too to make you laugh. Did you laugh when I said the munchkin?
Yes.
I figured you'd die laughing. And so I promise to continue doing what I've been doing, and that is to cheer you up. Even from this fucked up shit, I'm still gonna do it. On everything I love. Okay?
Okay.
So you'll be fine. Just hang in there. I don't, I'm like you. I have no idea what the fuck's going on out there. I have no idea. Zero.
Now the next one, Your Honor.
I know you saw some of my acronyms.
Yeah. I use them too.
Good. If you go, I know you well, so you can elaborate. You don't have to elaborate. You wanna, whenever I read your stuff and you read mine, read it. Just read it. Read it carefully. There's always messages for you.
I got them.
All right.
I got them.
Okay, baby. It's okay. Yeah. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna gonna figure it out. All you gotta do is maintain. Maintain. Don't lose it. Maintain, okay? All right? You are brilliant.
Who did this to us?
I don't know, babe. I don't know. We deserve all this. But we're gonna make it. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna do it together. It's the only way out of this. The only way out we can deal with this is get the info and work together and find out what the hell is going on. So yeah.
Now the next one, Your Honor.
I'm just telling you what they said. We're not talking about anything about it. Yeah, I'm just telling you, you know what they said. That's the extent of it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, anything else they said, they're lying.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
The final one, Your Honor.
Don't let anybody lie to you, baby. Don't let anyone lie to you. I'm all in. Always been. I ain't going nowhere. Sticking to what I said I would. And that is be with you and support you and be your best fucking friend. You hear me?
Yeah.
Alright. I ain't going nowhere. Even under the worst, I'm never gonna drop the ball. I'm not doing it. I got you. So, let's just see what happens. See what happens. I'm glad you told me about that other little thing. I'm glad. That makes sense.
I
Motherfuckers.
just want to see where this is going. Stop it. I want to see it. I need to see it or I won't believe it.
Say that again?
I want to see what all this stuff is.
Yeah, me too. Me too. From what I've gathered, this is what I did gather from my attorney. They said that apparently this so-called DNA has been found as of 15 February. From what I read, from what was read to me.
They're all dated at the top, 6/29/17 over here with page and line numbers. Does that mean that it was recording conversations between Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli on June 29, 2017? Is that
Yes.
correct? Do you know where it took place, or does it tell you at the top of the sheet?
I believe this was
It says criminal courts building holding cell.
Yeah,
Would that be in this building and the holding cell behind the door there?
correct.
Does that mean that they were placed next to each other intentionally with microphones in order to record whatever they could concerning their conversations?
Yes.
And you don't know whether these over here were previously played to us, parts of them or not previously, but these are accurate as far as they are to the best of your knowledge. Is that correct?
Yes.
Fine, I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Cross.
Just briefly, the June 29, 2017 recordings are actually from a lockup in the Van Nuys courthouse, correct?
I was a little confused. That's what I thought, but it does say at the top of the transcript that it's criminal courts.
This and the next one, the first two, are from the Van Nuys courthouse. Is that right?
That's what I...
So actually, the transcript is wrong.
The top of the transcript is wrong, yes.
Your Honor, I have a search warrant attached to some records from LA Fitness. 6 pages in length. May it be marked as people's next in order.
286.
Showing you Exhibit 286. Do you recognize this set of documents?
Yes.
And what are those?
This was a search warrant for LA Fitness where Robert Baker was the coach.
The same LA Fitness where the defendant had a membership?
Correct.
And attached to that search warrant, is there a set of documents that were obtained from LA Fitness for when the defendant came in and had to log in with some type of an identification pass to get into the location?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Showing you the second to last page. Three lines from the bottom on this page. Do you see the date of the murder?
Yes.
January 23rd of 2017.
Correct.
And does it indicate that the defendant came into the gym that day at 11:49 a.m. consistent with the surveillance video?
Yes.
And it does appear that these were records that were obtained, again, pursuant to that search warrant that's attached.
Correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything further?
No, not at this week.
You may stand now. We have no witness.
Can we record, please?
All right.
They really need to rest. I really hope that's what's happening next. The judge will ask her. She's going to say no, and then rest.
Are there any further witnesses on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor.
We need to discuss the admission of evidence, which I'll do in the morning. Will there be any rebuttal?
No.
All right, for all intents and purposes, this case is done. I need to do some things with the attorneys. Argument will start tomorrow morning. The admonition applies that you're not discuss this case among yourselves with anyone else or form expressing opinions of the cause is when I submit it to you, which will be very soon. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9.
Before they go, should they be instructed, reminded of the media and so forth?
You remember the instructions I've given you many times. No media. Don't look at anything. And don't do any research on this case or disseminate any information. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, he didn't ask her. That's very unusual, but maybe he'll ask her tomorrow. But we are almost done. We are almost done. Closing arguments tomorrow. And then we can go ahead and put out how long we think will take the jury to deliberate. I am so happy. It's going to probably be 38 days. Hopefully closing argument doesn't go beyond tomorrow. And then, let's see. I would imagine that they will probably take at least a few days. But never know. I get surprised sometimes. They come back early. Yeah, I thought so too. It was weird that he didn't ask her. But he might tomorrow. But I don't think so. Especially since her lawyer didn't say anything. Alright, well, if you've been with me, thank you for watching, and I will see you guys back on here tomorrow, hopefully for the wrapping up of this trial.